Hello there, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street on this wonderful, sunny, warm Sunday morning in my mind. Welcome along. Now we've got 5 hours of sewing for you today. Rachel is waiting in the wings, so we're going to be doing bag making. We've got dress making coming up. We've got the 720 sewing machine as well. We've got tools, and of course, it's the first Sunday of the month. Oh, Happy New Year, by the way. So we have the flower of the month as well coming up shortly. So January, I know, January, what are we? January the 3rd, aren't we? So what have you been up to over New Year? Any New Year's resolutions? Have you broken them already? Come and let me know. We're getting busy this morning. Have you taken your Christmas decorations down yet? I was going to, but I couldn't be bothered. There's quite, I couldn't be bothered. So they're still there. Wonder, the house looks so empty, doesn't it, when all of the decorations have gone? So, I mean, look how bare we're looking in here. Mind you, it's not a bad thing, really. Oh. It was a little bit like being in the range. If you'd like to get in touch with this morning, a couple of ways you can do that. You can join me on Facebook, so I've got you on my phone here. So if you've got any comments, oh, we're already looked. Who's first in? Pauline. Morning, Pauline. Happy New Year to you, Sam, and to Morag. Thank you very much. Morag says Happy New Year to the crew too. We have Kat and we have Elliot in my ear today. Pauline's getting ready for work. Caroline's with us. Alan's with us. I'm doing fine, Alan. Thank you very much. Caroline's been watching. Laurie, morning. Oh, I've got kisses and hugs from Laurie. Morning to you. Caroline's decorations down and all down and in the loft. We lost a load of decorations from last year. We had quite. Oh, morning, Sarah. Anyway, Kat has already started buying decorations for this year, not next year. For this year in the sale. Good time to buy, actually, isn't it? She's buying a house, this Kat, so she's got a little special bag. But we used to call it the bottom drawer, didn't we? To keep your things in for when you move out. Where are we? Oh, 70 of you, lovely. Should we get started? Because you've joined us nice and bright and early in the morning, if you are new to us, we do it every day. We bring you a special offer item. And today, it's one of our most popular. It's the fabric clips. In a whole rainbow of assorted colours. I know Alan is a collector. He's got about 750 already. He'll probably tell you that in a minute. But lots of different colours as well. So you've actually got 50 in the package altogether for £9.99. That is half price. You're saving £10 off the usual. Now that's a good saving, isn't it? If you haven't seen the fabric clips before, basically these are to use instead of pins. For dressmaking, for holding patterns down, but particularly for thicker fabrics or fabrics that you can't put pins through. So if you're using something like a faux leather or a laminated fabric, it's not advised to stick a pin in there because you probably won't be able to close the hole over. So these clip on. If you are sewing through thicker fabrics, I'm thinking things like bag handles, things that you can't actually stick a pin in because the fabric's too thick, then you can put a clip in there. I also like to use these if I'm holding anything that's glued in place, like for instance the bag handle again. If I'm putting that through a D-ring, I'll pop a little bit of glue on there and I can't stick a pin in, so I'll put a clip in there instead. So the flat side you're going to put down on your surface. Lots of different colours so that they stand out not just against your fabric but against the floor when you drop them. And then as you approach them with the sewing machine, you just flip them away. Now there's a lot of people that we've actually converted here. Who was it? Was it? I think it might have been. Oh, it's Janice, wasn't it? Never seen a clip before in her life. Oh, she's a clipaholic. And that New Year's resolution, going to go to Clipaholics Anonymous. But you get hooked. I wouldn't replace my pins with clips, but they are a really handy tool to have in your sewing arsenal. You'll find them really, really useful. Oh, Carol's grabbed some. Well done. Stay safe, says Irene, and you. Happy New Year to you too, Jackie, and to Caroline. Morning, Dawn. Wonderful to see you. Looking forward to the Flower of the Month panel. Should be able to order that now, actually. Morning, Irene, Jackie. Am I going over this? Caroline, morning to you. Oh, I am. I'm saying these twice. Sorry. Lucy, happy New Year to you too. Marilyn's looking forward to the next few hours. Morning, Jen. Morning to your gang as well. Caroline, I'm fine. Thank you very much. So I was saying, wasn't I? You can join me on Facebook. Got a little waylaid there, which is the Facebook TV page, not the fans one. I'm not on that one. Or you can drop us an email if you like, which is studio@sewingstreet.com. And if you've got pictures, do send them over. Actually, particularly with your flower of the month. I'm going to make an apron today. I've made so many things from these flowers of the month. I said to Rachel this morning, well, what can I bake? What can I bake this time? So she suggested an apron, so it is an apron that you're going to get. But if you're collecting the flower of the month already, I've seen pelmets, I've seen quilts, I've seen table runners, I've seen bags, I've seen cushion covers. What have you been making with yours? And if you have missed any of the months, we have all of them available going all the way back to May. And actually, there's more than just one a month, because we had a little extra at Halloween, and we had a couple of extra for Christmas as well. Sorry, I've gone back to entertaining 3-year-old grandchildren, haven't I? I made a rainbow from clips. How do you store yours? I made a fabric bowl last week, so I actually keep my clips in a fabric bowl. Alan's got 1,850 sewing clips and 11 metres of H640. What are you doing, Alan? Wearing it? We're out of stock of H640. That's your fault, Alan. Morning, Linda. Who else have we got? So I have to keep refreshing. Anne's in bed. It's 8:10. Mind you, it was freezing cold this morning. Morning, Diana. Morning, Caroline. It was freezing, so you can stay in bed if you like. Keep yourself nice and warm. Have a mug of hot coffee, maybe. What else have we got? Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I will say. Oh, now then, I've lost you. Oh, we'll come back in a bit. I'm on chats. I don't know how I've done that. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go on my... You just look at the clips. And I'll try and figure out what on earth I'm doing here. Oh, there we go. Oh, I've got you. Oh, lovely. One of our most popular ever early birds. Morning, Lynn. My resolution this year is to make up the kits I bought over the past year, and also I discovered sewing jersey over the Christmas holidays. Oh, we're going to be sewing jersey later on. Fantastic surprise how easy it was. No Alex Harris today, he's doing a car boot. Oh, Jen, you can do what you want then, can't you? Did he leave his credit card behind? I've been to a car boot for years. So again, £9.99. This is an offer that we bring you while we have the stock, or yeah, they don't actually come like that. It's just a bit of fun. Or while we have the stock. So £9.99 is your price for all of those. 50 of them in total. Look at all that lot. Now you can't buy more than one. Your postage is £3.95, but that's £3.95 for the whole day. So if you buy 2 sets, still £3.95. If you buy 10 sets, and then you come back later on and think, I want another one, we're not going to charge you any more postage for the whole of the day. There you go. Or if you order this now, by the time we come to the flower of the month, the flower of the months are always very, very busy on the launch shows. So you can order that now if you have a look on the pre-order on the website. But if you come back later on and order the flower of the month, again, you're not going to pay any extra postage if you come back again. So have a look on the website. You can order that way as well, which is sewingstreet.com. And this is where you can find everything that we have available for you in the shows today. So when you log on, you'll see the video of me there, look. And then if you click on Watch Live, you can send us a message there as well if you wanted to. Send some pictures in and things like that. Come and say hello. What are you up to? And then as you scroll down, it says pre-order, and that's everything that we've got coming up for you later on today. So if we don't have time to go through everything, because we tend to talk a lot on a Sunday, I don't know why, I have been likened to a cricket commentator, I think somebody said last week. I've never listened to a cricket commentator, but I'm taking it as a compliment. Anyway, down there you'll see everything that we have available for you. So those are the bags that are coming up, or the bag that's coming up in the next hour. And then we've got the flower of the month, which is, oh, December's sold out, look. Where's January? Oh, there we go. There's your January one. It's a carnation. Jan's watching with a 3-year-old grandson. Morning, Bonnie. Happy Sunday. Cup of tea on the sofa for Bonnie. Happy New Year to you too, Mandy and Louisa and Sam. Nice to see you all there. So, you get New Year's resolutions. What have you resoluted to do? Learn a new skill or finish off your UFOs? Elliot's going to do exercise videos. Not make them. He's going to follow them on YouTube and do a little bit of exercise. I'd like to do more dressmaking. I'm not going to make New Year's resolutions, but I would like to do a bit more dressmaking this year if I had time. I'd like to do a bit more sewing, but there's not enough time in the day, really. Shall we have a look what's coming up today? We've got, yeah, I've told you already, really. Well, here it is officially because it's in writing. Tools you'll love at 8 o'clock. The Pleated Bag with Rachel is coming up at 9. That Flower of the Month, 10 o'clock, but you can order it now if you want to get in there early. Oh, now 11 o'clock is going to be good. Rachel's going to be talking about sewing with stretch fabric and looking at a turtleneck, how to fit it, how to draft the pattern for it, and setting sleeves as well. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got the Elna 720 Pro. One of my favourite sewing machines because I've got one very similar at home. Oh, hi Annette in Kansas. What's your weather like over there? Catherine still in bed feeling poor. Oh, stay in bed, Catherine. Jane can't get Sewing Street on Freeview Play. Any ideas? No. Elliot says rescan your box. So have a go at that. Right. And remember, we are on channel 72, so if you're tuning into the previous channel, you're not going to find us there, Jen. Should we have a look at some other stuff? Not a tool, really, but just something that's always very popular. This is Osnaburg. Now, you'll look at this and think, oh, it's calico. So, same kind of thing, but a better quality. You'll see, it's always really busy for this one. You'll see tiny flecks in here. That's actually seed pods, because this is a natural undyed cotton. So it does actually look like vanilla, doesn't it? But these are cotton pods. So it's a tighter weave than you'd find with a calico, but it's the same kind of price. So if you're using calico, you're probably thinking 12s, bag linings, practice pieces. This is a bit better quality, so yes for bag linings, but if you wanted to make an apron, if you wanted to make a shirt, this would be a really nice idea. A lot of you use this for ragdoll making. Not sure about that one, but a lot of you do. And you can dye it as well. So if you just wanted a natural plain undyed cotton that you want to dye yourself, then this is going to be ideal for you too. It's by the metre, or by the half metre. So if you ordered more than one piece, it will come to you joined up. So if you wanted to make, I don't know, if you've got quite a rustic look in your bedroom, in the kitchen, the bathroom, and you wanted to make a Roman blind, then I think that would work very well. It's very natural. There you go. There is a Roman blind for you, for a small window. You'll need to line it and everything, but I think that would be a nice, a kind of look that doesn't argue with any other decor. And you can really see the little flecks there. Remember, those are natural little scraps of the seed pods. The cotton pods, sorry. So lovely for embroidery. If you like a natural kind of look, I think it's rustic, it's natural, it's I'm not going to say it's organic, but it's natural and it's undyed, so there's less chemical processes that have gone on with fabrics like this. And it's easy to work with as well. And at £2.50, don't just think about 12s, have a think about cushion covers. I'm thinking already, I keep looking at the garden and everything's all very grey at the moment. I mean, hanging baskets have eventually died. but I'm thinking, well, come the springtime, maybe I'll refresh the garden furniture. This is perfect for making cushion covers, or and I like combinations as well of natural fibres like this with things like lace and hessians, and I like that really rustic, organic kind of look myself. But at £2.50, again, got yourself a bit of a bargain there. So I'd grab as many metres as you can stretch to. You're always going to find it useful, even if it is just for bag linings or jacket linings even. So old backs of quilts even, and wall hangings and things like that, where you don't see the fabric but you need fabric there, so you don't want to spend a lot of money on fabric. This is half the price you'd normally find for a cotton fabric, isn't it? So again, you can order as many of those as you like while we have some. Actually, it should have its own fans page, doesn't it? If you have a look on the Sewing Street fans page, people rave about it. Who else have we got? Oh, Janet's New Year's resolution is to conquer her overlocker. Don't know where to start. That's a good one, Janet. If you have a look, if you join us next Sunday, we've got overlockers next Sunday. We've got the air threader, and we've got the one that's not the air threader as well. Jenny needs to call her New Year's resolution something else because she keeps breaking them. We'll have a think. Anybody got a new name for New Year's resolutions? Anne's ordered the flower of the month. Snow's cleared up there. Naomi, lucky enough to get 5 books at Christmas. Oh, that's going to keep you busy for a while. Morning, Kath. So if you want to just come and say hello, it'd be nice to hear from you this morning. So, because we'd have a bit of a chat. There's nobody here. There's literally 5 of us in the building at the moment. So you can even tell us what you've had for breakfast if you like. So again, £2.50 per half metre. This is seriously one of our most popular fabrics that we bring you. What do you make with it? So I'm coming up with all these different ideas, but what have you used it for at home? Maybe it's something completely different. Actually, we have our most popular bits and bobs here, don't we? Clips, fabric. We've got the recycled plastic bottle stuff coming up in a bit. What else? We've got scissors. So yeah, the show's called Tools You'll Love. It's actually Tools We Love, to be honest. It's a whole hour of self-indulgence this morning. Should we have a look at recycled bottles and what you can do with them? Toy filler. Can I open this, or do we have one open? We have an open one. This is made from, well, recycled bottles. You would imagine that something that's made from recycled bottles is going to feel really stiff and a little bit scratchy and not very soft at all. You're going to be amazed, thank you, at how this actually feels, because it's incredibly soft. You know, sometimes, I've bought it before, you buy cheap and you get it home and it feels like something you should be scrubbing saucepans with. This isn't. It's really, really soft, and it's made in coils as well. If I can show you some of the coils. So it's springy. You can see how soft it is, like a cloud. But that means it's got a lot of bounce, which is what you want from a toy filler. There you go, look at that coil. Look at that. Well, that's how it's been made. And the nice thing also about this is that you can pull away very small pieces. It doesn't clump, because if you are using this to stuff Tilda doll's legs or your Luna Lapin or something that's got very thin pieces, then you'll need to put tiny pieces inside the leg and push it all the way down to the bottom. And sometimes with inferior quality toy filler, it comes off in big clumps and you can't actually do that. But we don't do inferior quality of anything here at Sewing Street. So again, £4.99. I'd go for quite a lot. I would say one bag like this would probably fill a teddy bear about that big, because it squashes down so much. So although it's in quite a big bag, do be aware that you're going to use a lot of it. But it's only £4.99. Normally things that are anything to do with eco-friendly, they tend to be expensive, don't they? But not at that at £4.99. And of course, made in the UK as well. So, oh, Kat says it doesn't have to cost the earth. See what she did there. It's a small step, isn't it? It's one little thing that could make such a big difference. And at £4.99. So, toy making. It could be making pincushions if you're doing door stops and things like that. I tend to find, I don't do feather pillows and cushions, but you tend to find that with the hollow fibre cushion pads that you buy, they're round at the corners. So I like to take a little bit of toy filler and just push it into the corners to keep them square as well. So I've always got toy filler to hand, but do go for a quality toy filler. And the fact that it's recycled and therefore recyclable, I think makes all the difference to this one. And at £4.99, you've got a great price as well. And you could actually make a little hole in it when you get it home. And if you've got one of those shrink bag things, that's a great way to store it, isn't it? Just suck all the air out. In fact, it's got a little hole in it already. It's got a few little holes in it already. It's not going to go off, so get as many of those as you can while we've got them. Can you imagine? Oh, what's that smell? Oh, it's my toy filler gone off. Oh, Marla, hello, morning. It's midnight in California. So are you just going to bed or you just got up? Are you an early riser or a late sleeper? So good morning to you. And Christine, morning Christine. Clips are perfect for keeping binding in place when hand finishing. That's a good idea. And a happy new year to you too, Christine. So yeah, that's your early bird clips. So that's, I'll pop that down there. While we're talking recyclable, I shan't open these because they go everywhere. These are recycled plastic pellets. So, to weight down your elf on a shelf's bottom, if you're making one for next year. Door stops, these are absolutely ideal, and you don't need to use all of them. They are really weighty. So I would say if you split that into 4, you've got 4 door stops worth of pellets. And again, they're all made from recycled polyester. And when you get them home, if you decant them and stick your fingers in, it's like a stress ball. So if you're having a wobbly seam day, just put a little pot next to your sewing machine and every so often just go, ooh. So yes, they're very tactile. It's very, yeah. It's, yeah, dipping your hand in cold sand. Again, they're £5.99, and it's nice again to know that they are recycled as well. So those are polythene pellets, recycled polythene pellets. They're getting stuck behind my nails and everything now. Whoops, there you go. So again, if you anything that needs a weight in the bottom, so it could be some kind of toys. Doorstop's absolutely ideal, but if you're making little bean bags for hopscotch games, maybe, or if you're filling pouches for pattern weights, then that's a nice idea there as well. And although we can use things like rice and barley, they can, for doorstops and things particularly, they can eventually no, not get. I suppose they could get weevils. I was just thinking get damp. All right, where else are we? Agnes has got a 3-year-old grandson, needs his breakfast. I'll try and get back for Rachel's show. She's on in the next hour. Oh, the jersey is going to be the 12 o'clock show. 11 o'clock show. Morning, Mary from LA. Lisa's got my So Baby book this week. She's going to be a granny for the first time. Oh, congratulations. Oh, I hope we're going to be able to see each other by then. Dawn, morning, up and early with my mad Springer Spaniel, letting the other half have a lie-in. Oh, we can leave him there for a bit. Agnes, we've done Agnes. Julie, my daughter bought me the needle felting machine for Christmas, but I'm struggling to find the demo from November. Funny you should mention that, Julie. It's like we've primed everybody this morning. Next Sunday, we've got the needle felting machine as well, so join me then. Margaret says, morning, baby. Happy New Year to you too. And Helen, nothing to do with sewing. She says, just super excited to let as many people know that I've just become a nanny today. Oh yeah, congratulations, Helen. What you got? Boy or a girl? Names? How heavy? Is Mum okay? Should have asked that first of all, shouldn't we? Oh, and can you see him or her? Oh, Lynn sent a picture in. Morning, Lynn. Of a flower of the month. Now this is from August. Oh, that's lovely, Lynn. Happy New Year to you too. The cushion I made for my mum and my mother-in-law for Christmas. I like the way that you quilted that with the thread that stands out as well, same colour thread. That is lovely. Oh, a lot of you I know have been buying the flower of the month for particular birthdays of that month, because it's the proper flower of the month. We haven't just thought, oh, what flower shall we do this month? This is the actual proper flower. So that would make a really nice gift, wouldn't it? Remember, you can go back to May. So if you've got a birthday coming up in May this year, then you could actually make an appropriate lily of the valley cushion cover, or a bag, or an apron. Anyway, that's coming up later on, isn't it? So what should we have now? Should we have a little pin cushion? Well, it's not a cushion. It's not a pin cushion. It's a snap band. That actually hurt. Now we can't guarantee which colour you're going to get, but who cares? It could be yellow, pink, or green. But it just snaps around your wrist, and it's magnetic. So your pins just stay in there, and you even get the pins with it. How's that? So it's just handy, isn't it? I've seen pin cushions like this before that go around your wrist, but they're quite soft, so there is a risk that you're going to stick your pin straight into your wrist. And it's quite nice having that magnet there, because how strong is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it just picks them all up. So again, it's pins, needles, just to keep them where you want them, and to take it off, it's got one of those. Look. Oh, look, two little wrists. Left or right-handed. Any size of wrist you like. And it's only £7.99. I do like a magnetic pin cushion. Because, I don't know, it's just easy, isn't it? And it's easy to pick the pins up again as well. And it's actually quite handy here as well. Oh, Amelia's the babe. Oh, what a lovely name. Oh, and Mummy's doing well. Oh, thanks for letting me know. And her son's delighted. Oh, babies. There we go. Okay, so £7.99. Again, the pink, the yellow, or the green. Can't guarantee which. It's even in a nice little box. Look, it's like giving a gift of a watch, isn't it? And your pins are included there as well. So nice little gift idea. Or you could start stocking up for Christmas, couldn't you? Start bottom drawing for Christmas on January the 3rd. Well, why not? So there you go. £7.99 your price there. Remember, if you've got your early bird already, because you will need both, you need pins as well as your clips, no extra postage to pay for that one. So, what else have we got? Oh, lovely. Happy New Year. Sewing Street says Jason. My wife loved her signed books for Christmas. Thank you, Debbie. Oh, I'm glad she liked them. That's going to keep her busy for a while. Susan loves Sunday mornings. I love a Sunday morning. So even when we don't have bubbles and restricted, there's nobody here, it's great. Nobody watches, we do what we want. Right, what shall we look at next? Actually, we've got some new office space coming up. I don't know if I should tell you. We haven't got lots of redundancies. It's just management are moving into offices somewhere else. So we've got a huge office that we don't know what to do with. So I suggested an ice rink. Elliot kind of thought more of a jacuzzi. Yeah, jacuzzi with a mini bar. He's already got a mini bar in the gallery, so I don't know why he wants another one. What did you want in there, Kat? Oh, Kat's very sensible and organised. She wants a storage area with a clothes rail. So if you've got any ideas, it's quite a big office space. So if you've got any ideas what we can do in there. Yeah, we need to clean it first, don't we? They're a mucky lot, management. Morning, Sally Ann. Happy New Year to you too. So that was last Monday we were together, weren't we? Should we try and sell you something else? With our little snips. So we have, the scissors are really important. They're one of the most important tools that you can buy when you're sewing. So I think your sewing machine, your iron and your scissors are something to really take notice of. Buy the very best that you possibly can. The best isn't normally or necessarily the most expensive, but do go for the very best. So scissors wise, if you're just beginning or if you're starting a collection of tools, you're going to need your dressmaking shears, you'll need some paper scissors, you'll need maybe some smaller scissors as well, and then snips. And these are really handy little snips. I know I say it a lot, so sorry if I'm being a bit repetitive, but I like my scissors to be sharp because sometimes they're just not. And I like them to be sharp right up to the point, like so. So if I've got a tiny little thread that I want to snip off, I want to be able to snip it off without snipping anything else that gets in the way. And a lot of scissors aren't sharp up to the point. They'll be sharp in the middle bit here, but not at the point. But these are. So if you're trimming, if you have an embroidery machine and you are snipping your jump threads, you see how tiny those little snips are? If you're embroidering, if you're hand embroidering, if you're cross stitching, if you're doing any kind of, I know you can get curved scissors, but if you're doing any kind of drawn work, then these are going to be ideal. What is it that Jane Greenough does? Hard anger, where she makes those tiny little snips. I don't know if those are the scissors that she'd use, but you could do. So, I mean, yes, you can cut with them. I shan't cut that because you're going to sell it. But I can give it a bit of a shave, can't I? Yes, if you happen to have this one arrive in the post, it'll be probably the neatest one. But that's what I like about snips. They're really, really handy. Left or right-handed for these, and, just getting close to whatever it is. I mean, even close to your sewing machine. Tiny little snips. And they're only £12.99. So look after them. I mean, you do have your packaging. You could keep them in there if you wanted to. Just make sure you don't drop them because you can damage the points on those. And they're Janome. So they should last you for a long, long time. Soft and sharp. So they're called embroidery fine points, but I don't do a lot of embroidery, but I do use small scissors for snipping threads very close to fabric, and these are really nice quality as well. And again, at £12.99, that's an investment that hopefully you'll never have to replace those as well. Right, we've had a message from Anne. Morning, Anne. Which fabric would I recommend for a day roll? As I find calico too stiff. What's a day roll? I don't know what a day roll is. Come and let me know what a day roll is. That's probably something I should know, isn't it? I've not heard of a day roll. And Fiona, hi Fiona. That's coming up down here. Morning, Debbie from Paynton in Devon. Hello, Paynton in Devon. Awaiting delivery today of your Quilted Covers and Cozies book. The kitchen's going to look smart. Oh, you got some fabric already. What are you going to use? What kind of colours are you using? Are you going to have a bit of a makeover for your kitchen? Linda's overslept this morning. We were talking about you, Linda. So I bet she's overslept this morning. Yeah. Hi, Susan. Happy New Year to you too. Oh, Jean's got lots of babies arriving. I've just become great-grandparents. Little boy Elijah. Unfortunately, I've only been able to see photos. Oh, they're on the Gold Coast in Australia. Got to plan a trip. Kat's going in April. She said she's going, restrictions or no restrictions, she's on her way. If she can't get a flight, then she's going to paddle all the way there. Right, shall we have a look at chalks? I'm going to draw on this fabric. How reckless. Osnaburg has almost now sold out, so if you wanted this, then do order as quickly as you can. A piece of what? A piece of canvas. So there we go, we'll do that. Just in case we do sell out and this ends up in the post to somebody. Kat says, you don't want Debbie's doodles, do you? Don't want Debbie's doodles on your fabric. Right. Oh, a Debbie Shaw's make shop is what Jen says that we should do next door in the office. Big empty office space. What do you think we should do in it? And Lorraine's got embroidery scissors, using them with an embroidery machine. Happy New Year to you too, Lorraine. Thank you. Anyway. So Kat thinks that we should put a bed in there so we never miss a shift. So yes, there was a bit of a worry this morning. I had 2 texts yesterday from different people saying, are you coming in today? We didn't really get any snow, to be honest. Chalk pens. Now, chalk wheels, great, use those. Chalk triangles have their place, but this is a really fine chalk, and we've got lots of different colours that you can use with this as well. And it is, I was going to say rechargeable, but I suppose it is. So if I've got white chalk on white, then I'm not going to see it, am I? So I need to change the colour. So all I'm going to do is open up the end bit here, pull out that chalk stick. You get all of these included, and then replace it with a colour. So to stand out on this one, let's go for that. Let's go for a blue one. Now it is chalk in the stick, so they will break, so be careful with them. But I like the way that you can get such a very fine line. Oops, wrong end. And there's even a pencil sharpener included as well. So shove that in until it just picks out a little bit, pokes out a little bit, and then you can draw your lines. And again, they're very fine lines. And that's just going to brush away. There's loads in here. Those are all of your white chalks. And then there's all of the colours there as well. And we've got refills available. I'll show you those in just a second. So if I'm marking a dot on a garment, if I want to transfer the little triangle shapes, if I need to mark circles. The great thing about these is all the different colours that you've got, because with a lot of chalk, if you've got heavily patterned fabrics, if you're not sure what colour to use, you know that you've got a colour that's going to stand out against these. But I like the fineness of these. And is that, oh yeah, you've got a rubber on it as well. So that mark is just going to brush away. And it's not messy. So I've used chalk pencils. I can only find chalk pencils in white and blue. I suppose there must do other colours. And those chalk triangles are fine, but you can't really sharpen them, can you? I like the fine point on this one. So if you need to mark from the top of your fabric. I use heat erasable pens a lot. I don't use so much with the water and air erasables because I like to iron as I'm working and you can't with those. But there are occasions where, particularly if I'm doing something like quilting or top stitching, that I'm a little bit nervous about using a heat erasable pen, then this is going to be ideal because it's not going to damage, it's not going to bleach, it's not going to dye your fabric, and it's not going to become permanent if you iron over it. And there's just so much chalk in here. I think they're a brilliant idea. Really, really useful. And nice and clean as well. And they're in a rather nice package too, to be honest. Oh, Anne's replied. Right, Anne. And she says, note to self, don't wear husband's glasses. Don't notice predictive typing. Ragdoll fabrics. I thought I could sew. I've never heard of that term before. What on earth is a day roll? And I'm thinking in my mind, what could I use for fabric for a day roll? That must be something, I don't know. I wouldn't personally. The Osnaburg is a lot softer, but it's got those little tiny flecks in it, and have a look. It has got quite a loose weave, so it's a strong fabric. But I don't know if I want a ragdoll with freckles. Do you see what I mean? I mean, you can embroider faces on there really, really easily. Personally, I would just use a cotton, quilting weight cotton, or a cotton poplin, something with a tighter weave on it. And I don't know if this is skin tone either. So I'd maybe go for something a little bit more creamy or a tan colour. I mean, no problem if you want to. You've got a really nice strong fabric that again is easy to embroider onto, and if you're sewing hair onto your ragdolls, then this is going to be easy to sew through. So if you don't mind the flex, then that's fine. But I don't think I would. I'd have a look on the website at cottons and poplins, and I'd use those personally. If you're a ragdoll maker, let me know. Morning, Kerry. She says, hi Debbie, I bought a few metres of Osnaburg. Yeah, what are you going to do with that? And I'm making my dad a coat and jacket, a casual jacket out of the Great British Sewing Bee book, and it looks great. That's a nice idea. Yeah, because it looks like linen, doesn't it? That's a very nice idea. Thank you. And any more ideas? Osnaburg, we are very limited now. So if you want it, need to be quick for that one. Happy New Year, Teresa. Oh, morning, Alison. Office would make a fab workshop space for our lovely customers and followers. Oh, I don't know if we want them in the building. What do you think? Only kidding. Mary, I wish I could order a refill here in the USA. Oh, Mary, keep bashing on about it. We'll get there. Yeah, squeaky wheel and all that kind of thing. Sharon's looking forward to doing nothing except watching Sewing Street with a nice cup of tea. Oh, that's nice. Same as us. We're just a nice cup of tea, having a chat. We have the refills, but not for Mary. Why don't we ship to the States? I don't know. So Mary can't though. Mary tries nearly every week to order. And she gets told, and maybe it's not shipping to the States, maybe it's just you, Mary. So these are the refills. That's just a picture of a pen, it's not a real one. So you just get the refills here. There's 16 of those in total. So you've got 17 in the original one because there's one in the pen as well. And then you've got 16 here. So it's worth popping on your order. You're not paying any more postage if you do that. So 8 colours are there. And then you've got your white as well. So I mean, multi-order those as well because you will get through them. I think it'll take you a while, but while we've got them. So we've got the white in there because I think those are probably going to be the ones that you use most of all. And then one of each of all of those different colours. So again, £6.99 is your price for the refill. Morning, Fiona. Fiona's coming up down here. She says, you haven't seen my stash. Going for Osnaburg with teal, aqua and grey to complement my blinds. That's a nice idea. I think Osnaburg goes with anything, does it? I wouldn't put it next to white, but it go with any colour. It's quite a neutral one, that one, isn't it? Oh, hello, Donald and Sue as well. Hi, Debbie. Happy New Year. And to you, thank you. Can you use Osnaburg on an embellisher machine base? Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, that's no problem at all because it's natural. The only fabrics I wouldn't use on an embellisher are synthetics because they're not going to mesh. But no, that'll be absolutely fine. Happy New Year, Elizabeth. Mary says she'll pay more to ship to the States. We'll please in capital letters, exclamation, exclamation. They just don't like... I was only joking, Mary. No, I was only joking, seriously. We'll have a word. Glenys has messaged in and she says, hi Debbie. Oh, happy birthday, Glenys. Order the flower of the month panel. Oh, that's your flower then, isn't it? And a happy new year to you too. Thank you very much. Oh, Kerry says she can't remember what the seam roller thing's called. It's actually called a seam roller. Oh no, it's the Clover Roll and Press that we don't have in stock at the moment, I'm afraid. So that's why you can't find it. So we can let you know when it comes back in again if you like. Linda, I think you're right. I tell you what, Mary, let me know what you want to order and I'll order it for you and send it over myself. How's that? Because we can do that. We can do that. Right, more must-haves in your sewing room. Here you've got your sleeve roll. So this it's like a tailor's hand but long and thin. So if you wanted to press something, if you're pressing a seam open but you don't want, say, well, like a sleeve, you don't want to press it flat, then you're going to push this inside and you'll be able to press the seam. Another thing that I like about it, when you are pressing a seam open, you can take the iron right over the stitches of the seam without pressing the raw edge of the fabric. So if you've got the kind of fabric where if you were to press it flat, you're going to see a ridge on the fabric of the seam, if that makes sense, then because you've got the curve here, you can actually press right onto the stitches without pressing onto the raw edge of the fabric. What I also like these for, and the tailor's ham's the same for me, is when I'm bag making. Because I don't want to press, it's not on, honestly. I've already had a thing with the carpet. Now I'd be in big trouble if I had a stain on here, wouldn't I? I'm already in trouble in the carpet. Neil only noticed the other day, apparently. It's been there for months. I'm still blaming John. Another thing I like about it is for bags, because I don't want to press a bag flat. So if I've got a side seam on a bag, I can just push this inside and press over it. It's jam-packed full of sawdust, so that absorbs the steam, which means you can hold on to it without it burning your hand. The steam's not going to go all the way through. And it's not too heavy either. Wider end at one end, so again if I'm bag making I'll push that into the box corners, but if you've got a finer bit to do then I'd use that end. And £8.99, it's a must have. It's a lot more useful I think than a sleeve board. A lot of us have sleeve boards but you're still ironing flat. I like the idea of ironing on a curve, because again I think you get right down to the seam, and ironing's really important. Your iron's really important. Melding the stitches so that they become one with your fabric is really important. But these kind of tools, if you don't have them already, they're not just for tailors. Therefore, they are for tailors, they're for dressmakers, but they're also for the bag makers and for the people that want to make craft items if you just don't want to press something flat. So that is your sleeve pad. And then you've got your ham, because it's the shape of a ham. No other reason. These are particularly for dressmakers if you're ironing into shoulders. So you certainly don't want to be flattening the seam over a shoulder. If you have a princess seam, then your princess seam is the line that goes from the side of your armhole down. And that creates shape around the bust area. You don't want to flatten that seam. They can be quite difficult to iron without one of these. You would not be able to iron a princess seam flat. So you need to have a tailor's ham. I don't think there's anything else. You could try rolling a towel up. I've done that before, and the steam goes straight through the towel and burns your hand. So having the right tools for the job is really, really important. Again, it's curved, so you can be pressing your seams without making indentations. And you can use those for your bag making as well. Again, it's stuffed with sawdust, so the steam is going to be absorbed. It's not going to come through to your hand underneath. But a really, really useful tool, particularly if you are dressmaking. There are going to be lots of areas where you're sewing over curves, and you don't want to be flattening those curves. So this is why tailors use hams, and that's why it's called a tailor's ham. So that is £11.99. That for dressmaking, certainly. If you're a dressmaker or a budding dressmaker, you need to get hold of one of these, because you will not be able to press those seams flat. Even if you're pressing a dart, actually darts might be better with this one. You see how it's useful to have both? This might be a little bit wide for a dart, but that one would be absolutely perfect if you use the narrow end there. So if you can, then go for the both of them. You're going to use the both of them, I'm sure. But the ham, £11.99 is your price there. Now you notice my mini iron. Love this little iron. Oh, Mary, that was very nearly a swear word. Amanda, Happy New Year to you too. Last time now to watch live is back to watch. That's a little ham. Is it a little ham? Is that a little ham? I thought that was an average size for a ham. Pen refills, can't find them. Oh no. How much are the chalk pens? Can't remember, Jan. I'll have a look in a minute. My little iron. I'm not looking for the iron, I know it's there. I was looking for the ironing board. Belt and braces. £14.99 for the chalk pens. Refills are £6.99. So to turn on, I'm already plugged in. We just turn the dial clockwise, and then the light comes on, and then you know that you're ready to go. You can put water in here. It's a proper little steam iron, so it's maybe small and compact, but this is not a toy. It gets very, very hot, and it does give a good blast of steam. You can choose steam on or steam off by pressing the button in the centre, and it's just very handy, easy to use, ergonomic, left or right-handed. I have one at the side of my sewing machine, so I do have a steam generator iron. I love my big iron. I love the blast of steam that I get, but it takes an age to heat up, and I'm sure it uses a lot more power than this little thing would do. And it also means I've got to get up and walk away from my sewing machine and go to the west wing, where my laundry wing is. And it's exhausting going all that way across the mansion. So I don't even have to get up to go from my sewing machine to the other end of the house. Travelators. Now, I shall tell a quick story. You might have heard me say before. I did some work over at HSN in the States, which is their biggest shopping channel now. And so, Mary, you probably know all about that. But it's massive. The whole studios and the whole area, it's like a village. Well, it's like a town. It's got skyscrapers and everything. It's massive. The main building is where the buyers are. It's just blue glass in this massive big building. But they've got several studios because there are lots of channels, and they're quite a way apart. And I was so surprised when I went in there. It's a bit like a conveyor belt. So you go into the back studio, you pick out the props that you need, you set up your table, so you've got a table about this big, and you get about 15 minutes of airtime, so everybody queues up, and then they wheel you in, and when you finish, they wheel you off, so it's a bit like that. But when I was waiting to go on with my table, there was a wheelchair in the corner of the studio. And I thought, is somebody not well? Or I didn't see anybody that needed a wheelchair around. After the end of the show, the presenter goes into the wheelchair and the floor manager wheels them to the next studio. So bless them, so they're not out of breath when they get to the next studio. Now, I did suggest this to the studio that I was working in at the time, and I was offered a piggyback. That's fine. I had piggybacks from one studio to another. But yes, I just thought, well, if they can have wheelchairs and be wheeled from one studio to another, maybe we should have a travelator, have a walking pavement. Although in here, we've got about 3 metres to get to one side of the studio to another, so that may be a little bit extravagant. Anyway, that's by the by. Oh, Lorna, hello, Lorna. She's just got a mini iron. Better than a big iron, she said. Do not be fooled by size. It's a powerful beast. It's a proper iron, just smaller in size. And I like the size of this as well. I mean, you can get some teeny tiny irons, which are great for doing just little individual seams, but you can actually iron larger pieces of fabric with this as well. But having it handy just at the side of my sewing machine means I don't have to get up, and I'm not lazy. It's just handy to have it there, and if I've just got one seam to press open, it heats up really quickly, and I don't have to go into the laundry room or set the ironing board up and wait for the iron to heat up. This heats up really, really quickly. It does have a temperature control, and it's a great travel iron as well. So I can't sing these little irons praises enough. And it's nice and soft. Mine at home is all chewed around the front because the dog decided that this is a nice thing to chew. It still works fine. And again, that's £39.99. I think you're going to love it. Let me turn that off before I have another accident. I'll put it down there because it's still hot. There we go. I'm not to be trusted with irons in studios. Mind you, they never invoiced me for it. So that's why I have a separate wing for my ironing and staff and everything to do it for me. Our most affordable native light, USB powered. And this is the very light that Kat normally has in the gallery. She can't see a thing at the moment. So pressing buttons left, right and centre. It is a little LED light, and it's switch it on, switch it off. It's as easy as that. But the thing with the native light is the quality of the light that you're working with. You have a gooseneck, but you've got a really clear direction of light, easy on the eyes, and because it's got the gooseneck, you can direct it to wherever you want it to go. So I do have a native light. I've got a standard lamp, and I have it over the back of me pointing at my sewing machine. This one, it's lightweight, and it'll sit on your desk, and you can have it right at your sewing machine and angle it to wherever you want it to be. Not just for sewing. If you need a desk lamp, if you've got an office from home, if you like to do a bit of reading, jigsaw puzzles and things like that, you can plug it into your PC. You could plug it into a sewing machine that had a USB port, or you could use one of those plugs that has a USB fitting to it. So, and it's actually maybe a small light, but it's very bright. Look at that. So you really can illuminate quite a large area. So no studio lights on at the moment, and we're still illuminated a little bit in the dark today. So nice and bright and clear. So if you're colour matching, if you're not sure which colour thread to use, if you're embroidering, then this is going to be invaluable for you. And at £23.99, you've got a great price for that one as well. Right, Kat wants that back in the gallery again. You might not see that one again. Got a couple of pictures to show you, so thank you for sending those in. So this is Lorraine. Oh, she sent in a rag. Oh, and she used calico. Oh, that is lovely. Oh, that is so cute. Oh, how did you do the hair? Is that actually sewn in strand by strand into the head? Oh, let me know how you did that. Such a pretty dress as well. That is lovely. Thank you for sending that in. And Lynn sent in a message. Oh, I recognise that one. Here's a picture of the ragdoll I made for my great-granddaughter using my pats, my Maddie. Oh, that's really, I love that ragdoll. It's huge as well. And I love the dungarees too. I think those might have belonged to a robin. Thanks, Lynn. That's lovely to hear from you. Morning, Shelley. Have we got oh, Mary have electric carts now. Oh, do they, Mary? It was a few years ago since I was over there. Yes, it does look like a mouse. You're right. Don't mistake the iron for your mouse and go and iron on your mouse pad. We're good. Thank you, Gaina. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break. Rachel is waiting in the wing. We're going to be doing a little bit of bag making in the next hour. So do stay with us. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
New Years are always about trying new things, so why not try out a new hobby? From the 4th to the 10th of January, Sewing Street will be bringing you a week packed with demonstrations on new techniques, beginners tutorials and brand new projects. With everything from ribbon art, making your own sleepwear, new quilting techniques and beginners homeware makes. We have something for everyone. Sign up to our email newsletter and follow us on social media to find out what's on when. And watch our New Year, New Hobby shows from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 4th to Sunday the 10th of January on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our YouTube channel or Facebook Live.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hello, my name's Rachel Illsley. Let me show you around my beautiful sewing studio, Magnolia. My sewing studio is in Wootton Bassett, and on a daily basis I alter and dressmake for bridal customers. All my brides are absolutely wonderful. You can see I make waistcoats, bridesmaids' dresses, anything really they ask me for. Now, my sewing story started as an adopted child, and my adoptive mother was also a seamstress, so she taught me everything I know. So I feel extremely lucky to be able to now be doing this as a profession. Also very proud am I to be now a part of the Sewing Street family, and I so look forward to being on the shows with all of your support, which I know that I have. My claim to fame, well, I did appear on another sewing channel in last November, on the 7th of November. Some of you may have watched it. And so that was my little claim to fame. So I've just literally risen from a full-time insurance job to sewing as a profession. I look forward to seeing you all. Bye!
I just went and put the kettle on. Caught me. Welcome back again to Sewing Street. Now we're going to be bag making in this hour. I'll just get myself comfy. And this is what, I say we, this is what Rachel's going to be making. I want to see your pictures. We've brought this bag to you on several occasions before, so if you've made it already, or if you've got your pattern and you've made this in different fabric, then love to see how you've made yours as well. So this is a brand new bundle that we put together for you today. So if you haven't seen the bag before, it's nice and big and it's roomy, and it doesn't come with a pattern for the rosette. Rachel's made that. She'll explain that to you later on. But it's a good size. I like a bag I can actually fit things in. We can fit door stops in here. There's, yeah, if you've got nowhere to keep your door stop. So the bundle that we put together for you. Oh, that one's got a black handle, is that right? So we have, I love the tweed, don't you? It makes a very expensive, structured kind of look. And it feels it as well, you know, for £23.99. So that's included. And you have your lining, which is, oh no, that's not the lining, that goes around the top, doesn't it? Half a metre there. And then the lining is actually Rose and Hubble. So that's a cotton poplin lining. And we're giving you a metre of black webbing as well. All for £23.99. If you wanted to make longer handles, have a look on the website, because we do have webbing. If you think I want cream, I want to make my own, then of course you can do. Oh, and then of course you've got your pattern as well. So that's pattern and full instructions. Now there isn't actually a pattern for the bag. You've got a pattern for how to make the pleats that go across the top of the bag. That way around. So there's cutting instructions. To be honest, if you're going to have a pattern to make a bag this big, you're going to be looking at sheets of A3 pattern paper, and your price would be a little bit more. So it's an easy bag to construct. It'd be great if you're a beginner sewer, if you've never made a bag before. It's easy, but I think it's an impressive bag to make, particularly when you're making it out of tweed. So, oh, faux leather webbing, you could use that instead of that for the handles as well. Then if you've got a spare bit of webbing, you can make another one with. So that's new. If you just type in webbing on the website, it'll take you to faux leather and to the others that we have. Now this one, I'm thinking evening out, if we ever get to have an evening out ever again. We will, won't we? We will, soon. Then this, I mean, it's got a little bit of lurex running through it, but it's not shiny. So you could have this as a daytime bag, not just for evening, but I think it's a little bit more glamorous. Really nice sturdy quality of fabric here as well. Lining this time you've got in the cream or the pink, so either, it's up to you. So vanilla, or you've got the, we're calling that pomegranate. Pomegranate's that colour? Not last time I had a pomegranate. And of course, you've got your pattern included there as well. So that would be a nice one to take to the discotheque, wouldn't it? Oh, and you've got the neutral webbing with this one as well. Then, just fold that back up again. Oh, the office next door, Kat wants it a nightclub now. Now she's seen a bit of glitz and glam. She wants a nightclub. But she needs a quirky name for her nightclub. It's been a long time since I've done anything like that. A sewing-themed nightclub. Everybody that comes has to wear their own Kylie hot pants that they've made themselves. Yeah? Okay. We are very limited on this colour option. That's classy. I love that colour. It's like a heather. Really pretty. But not a lot of this one left already. At £23.99, you can use either one of those for the outside of the bag. You've got the contrast to go around the top, and you have your cream coloured or neutral coloured webbing there as well. That's only £23.99. Or, finally, so we'll get over to Rachel in just a sec, we have Riley Blake. So this was a favourite last time, actually. So Janice made up this one in the last show. I love that stripe. Oh, that was my show, wasn't it? So I bashed on a little bit about the stripe and how I liked it so much. And then the inside, you've got the white. So black webbing with this one. There's your floral. You get a bit more with that one. There's the diagonal stripe that goes around the top. White lining. Full instructions. And that's £24.99 for everything that you see there. Right, those are the 4 options. Again, come and send your pictures in if you've made one already, want to see it. It's studio@sewingstreet.com. If you've got any pictures you would like to send us. There you go, that's where we're going to send them to. Let me just catch up with you lot before we go to Rachel. How are you? We're good, thank you, Gaynor. Morning, Jane. Morning, Pauline. Pauline says morning to the crew as well. When are we going to get to go out? Oh, I know, I miss my quilt shows. Love those plummy colours. I went to a quilt market at Houston last year, Mary. It was amazing. Okay, over to you, Rachel. How are you?
I'm great, thank you very much indeed, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah, and to
Happy
you,
New Year
you.
nails. Actually, I did have a bit of an accident with my nails, but I didn't have time to actually get them done, so sorry, Karen.
Oh, so we won't get close.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So did you have a good New Year?
It's quiet.
And Christmas?
But yeah, it was okay. It was different.
It is quiet, but sometimes it's quite nice to be quiet, isn't it? Miss my grandchildren.
Yeah, it's nice to be quiet, just not at Christmas.
No, exactly.
Just be quiet the rest of the year.
Exactly. You can't hear yourself speak. That's the sort of Christmas I like. Yeah.
We've kept you busy sewing though.
Yeah, absolutely. With this bag that we're actually making today, oh, it's so fabulous, this bag. It's so quick. And I think it looks really trendy, but it's really classy as well. Like you said, Debbie, with the tweed.
Yeah.
And tweed is quite nice to work with. It does fray a little bit, so just bear with it. Not the brown quite so much, but what I'm going to be demoing today does fray a little bit, so just beware of that.
Okay.
But you'll be fine. I tend to make out little paper patterns for myself because I think it's being a dressmaker, actually. You just go by patterns more than... I know you just whiz down the old rotary cutter, don't you, Debbie? But yeah, so I've made the pattern. This is actually the main piece for the bag, which is actually 41 centimetres by 49 centimetres. So it's slightly wider down one side and shorter down the other.
Okay.
And then you've got the top of the bag, which I've done, which you have to cut 4 to. So you can actually cut them all in the same colour, or you could have like a little lining inside, have it different, whatever you want. You can configure it any way you want. But that comes at 33 centimetres long and 11 centimetres depth. Okay, so you'll see that top obviously doesn't meet the same measurement as that. So we need to do something to this to make it fit. So I'm going to just show you. This is the widest piece of the fabric. So we just get started. So it took me a little while actually to fathom this out, not being a real bag maker myself, but it took me a little while to work it out. So I'm here to make it a bit simple for people watching. So the quickest way I dealt with it was to first of all, fold the fabric in half, like that, and just put a little pin in to mark the centre piece, like that. Okay. Now then, there's a little chart that's attached to the pattern. So you'll see it. It's got 4s and 2s all over it, but it does make sense, okay, and it does work out. So work out where your centre point is. So that isn't obviously 2 centimetres, but it's to show you that you need to space your pins out to make the folds,
right,
to make the pleating along the back. So here's our centre point. So I'm going to work that way first, okay? So from the middle, you've got 2, all right? So you measure 2 centimetres. So this is in centimetres, by the way. So if you put your inch tape there, let me bring my pins down. So you've got 2 centimetres, which it says there, then another 2 centimetres.
Don't give away all the measurements, Rachel. Nobody will buy a pattern.
Oh, that's true. Oh, but you do need the pattern. So that's what I hadn't really thought about that, actually. It's just really to show you how to put it together. So so you've got 2 centimetres, 2 centimetres, then you've got a gap of 4. So all will make sense in just a moment. So we're on number 4 at the moment. So if we go up to number 10.
You've got some fancy pins there as well.
I know. Aren't they lovely?
Yeah.
So I was asked to actually use these rather than my old frumpy old pins, but these are much, much better. Oh, I got to tell you.
Frumpy pins.
I know,
oh, Rachel with her frumpy pins.
Great big knobs on the end they have, but they are pretty good to see them on the carpet and things like that, but these are far more classy. So we're up to number 4, so we need 4 centimetres. So 4 plus 4 is 8.
Oh,
see? I'm with it this morning. So there we go, there's 8. And then you've got 2 lots of 1. So we've got 9, 10. Right, then you've got another 4, so you go up to 14. All will make sense in just a mo. That was a bit modern, wasn't it, mo? Right, then another 2 lots of 1 on here. 15, 16, and that's it. So 8.5 centimetres, which is left, you see, exact. See? So now we're going to go the other way.
We're going to do the same now.
We're going to do exactly the same. So I'm sorry if I'm boring people, but it is worth it. But it is worth just because this is how you'll be doing it at home.
Could you use chalk instead of pins?
Well, yes, you can. I would say you could possibly use chalk on the tweed,
right,
but this it's a bit knobbly bobbly. So if you want really exact folds and pleats, I would just stick with the pins.
Right.
But yeah, you can use the chalk on the tweed. So we've done 2 and 2, so then we go 4, which is 8. Then 1 and 1.
Shirley says
9.
hello. Shirley's in a wet and soggy Kent.
Oh, where are you?
Kent.
Oh, I thought she was in her garden. I thought you'd had enough of being indoors. Right, 10, 10, then you've got another 4. So that brings you up to 14. And then 2 lots of 1. I hope this is making sense for people.
Well, you've got your reference of the pattern anyway, haven't you?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
It'll make sense in a minute when you see
Yeah.
what you do with them.
So there we are, we've got all of our pins in place. So on the paper pattern, the little dotted lines means you fold.
Right.
Where you fold it round, and then the solid line is actually your placement line. So if you think, because that's where you want the fold to end up on that side, if that makes sense. So we're just going to, how I do it as well, is that I bring the folds into the centre, because I think it just looks a bit neater. So we're just going to bring those pins over there. I don't know if you can see me doing this. So that's one of the folds, and just use the pin on the end just to hold that in place. So that's one fold there. Okay. Right. So you've got another one going this way. It's very, very similar to what you would do in dressmaking if you have little pleats. This is where it's quite nice because I can transfer my dressmaking skills onto bag making skills. So then
we'll do dressmaking later, aren't we?
So I beg your pardon?
Do a bit of dressmaking later.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will be. That top behind you, Debbie.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Wish it fitted me. It's only a size 8 or 10, I think. How I've made it, but it does. It is a stretchy material, so right. I might be able to get it on. I might be able to get an arm in.
Do you remember skinny rib jumpers?
No, but you can make them bigger. But I will explain that jump a bit later on.
That's 11 o'clock.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to make these pleats in the centre, by the way, is an inverted pleat. It's what they call an inverted pleat. These are actually pleats, and this is an inverted pleat. So what you want to do is you want to turn the pleat round so that it over to the centre like that.
So if that was the other side you're using, to be a box pleat, wouldn't it?
It would, yes, which is that way.
Yeah.
But we're going to use the inverted pleat side. Okay.
Morning, Lisa. You're right this morning. She's morning, Deb. Mary, have you got frumpy pins? I'm just imagining, oh, those pins, so old-fashioned, those pins aren't frumpy. That's everybody up to date, I think.
Oh, I must say hello to my husband in the green room. He's doing so well, honestly, isn't he, Debbie?
Yeah.
Last time he came walking with his walking stick, and he was still a little bit wobbly, but he's getting less wobbly every day. He's absolutely fantastic, my husband.
Good.
I got to say that because he's watching. But he is fantastic.
Yeah, Gareth, that's not what she says about you behind your back.
I love him, really. Yeah. Anyway, that's your pleats done. So what you will find is, I've actually used the pink fabric to go on the front, but you can use the plain if you want, whatever you fancy, really. So you will see once we've placed that on there, it fits it perfectly. Okay. Now what I would do before I put that on, I would just put it through the machine on quite a big stitch.
Nice machine, Rachel.
Oh, I'm in heaven today. I'm at home. See, because I've got this machine. I bought it from Sewing Quarter. But it's my go-to machine in my studio because obviously I do a lot of wedding dress making and alterations. And it's the next best thing to a commercial. Well, I think it's better actually than a commercial machine, because with commercial machines you have to have one machine for a straight stitch, and well, you know, Debbie, another machine if you want to do a zigzag stitch, and another machine that's got a separate foot on for a zip foot. This machine actually does everything, which is really good. Plus also it's got such a heavy motor, and it just glides through all your sewing. So, yeah, I've had it now for about 2 years now, and I just wouldn't change it. And it's got all your stitches on there, look.
I like that. I like the stitches right in front of me. You don't have to look in the manual for them.
Isn't it easy?
Yeah.
You know, so, and it's got these slots in there, so when you want to just pack it away, it goes right the way down. And if you want to use it whilst you're sewing, there's another little slot there. It just holds it up, you see. Brilliant. So, I'm just going to, all this is doing now is just fixing it in, all right? So the seams on the bag are actually 5/8 of an inch. So I would just hold it in just within that seam allowance so it won't show when you sew it on the outside. So you don't need to back stitch or anything like that because we're just holding it.
So what, because this fabric frays a lot, normally would you finish the edge before you put it together?
Personally, I would.
Yeah.
With this fabric, I'd probably just overlock it if
Yeah.
that was me. But if you don't have an overlocker, not everybody does. Where have I put those pins? Oh yes, underneath there. Do you ever lose your pin? Not
All the
lose
time.
them, but
Yeah, all the time.
oh, the number of times I've lost things this week. I've lost my glasses, so I've had to wear my sunglasses. I had to wear my sunglasses coming up
Oh,
in
and I
the
just thought
garden.
you were acting like a diva.
No, honestly. As Gary Brin, no, I had to wear my sunglasses, and then when I was opening the box with all my demo out popped my glasses. So they were in there all the time. Honestly. My husband's quite used to it.
Scissors I lose a lot.
Well, I lose everything. Unfortunately, I lose everything. Because we came up yesterday, you see, because we stay in a local hotel. Oh gosh, what an experience that was as well yesterday.
Really?
Oh.
So the hotel's open?
It was nearly a calamity, but bless them. I suppose these things happen. It's just when it happens to you, it's not very funny.
What happened?
Well, we're fine because we've stayed at this place before. We always come up the night before, and then it just means that we're all sort of nice and fresh, really, for the following day. And anyway, we got into the room absolutely fine because I always have I won't say the name of the hotel because that's not very fair, but this particular hotel, they have like a plus room. So I always book that one because it's a bit more spacey and everything, and I like my space. So we got in the room. It was absolutely freezing cold, this room.
Oh no.
So and Gary said, he said, where's the heating? So we tried to put the heating on, it wouldn't come on. So as soon as I get in the hotel room, I'd put my pyjama bottoms on because they're just more comfy, aren't they? So I had to go downstairs to the reception with my pyjama bottoms on.
Not just your pyjama bottoms.
Oh no!
Please.
It was at the top as well.
Oh right.
Yeah, luckily. No, I wouldn't do that. It's a Sunday anyway. We don't do things like that.
Any other day.
Any other day's fine, yeah. So I had to go down to reception, just say, I'm so sorry that the heating's not working. Oh, I tried to put it on, he said, from the reception. So I said, OK, then that's fine. And anyway, 20 minutes, half an hour, and I said, oh, this isn't any good, because I could imagine it's freezing. Well, I nearly said something rude then. Freezing ourselves overnight. So I had to go down and make a bit of a complaint, but I'm not a complainer and I'm not a rude person. And he said, yeah, I'll try and get that switched on. Well, nothing happened. So he said, so could we move you to a different room?
Oh no.
So, yeah, so you know what it's like. You have to pick up all your bags again, don't you? And with Gary, where he can't walk too well at the moment, it is a bit of a nuisance. So anyway, we moved to this other room, and it was actually a slightly bigger room. So I thought, oh, that's fine. And anyway, now don't laugh, right? This is not funny. Okay, I went to sit on the toilet and I fell off. The toilet seat was not fixed on. So I sat on the toilet and I went, whoa, like that. Just so I told you not to laugh, didn't I? So anyway, I fell off. And Gary said, for God's sake, he said, what the hell are you doing in there? And I said, just fallen off the toilet. So I had to, see, she's off. Thing. So anyway, I had to go back down to reception and say, look, guys, I've just fallen off the toilet. I didn't hear him laugh, but I think he probably would have done, because I said to him, it's not funny, And he said, absolutely not, he said, but I expect he was going, no, absolutely, like that. But anyway, we stayed in the same room because he said, we can move you again. And I said, look, just don't bother. I said, we'll just put up with it. But trouble is, I was frightened to death of getting out in the night just in case I fell on the floor. Right, Rachel, we're bag making. So,
do you know, if you hadn't have come in this morning, I wouldn't have believed that excuse.
I tell you what, you couldn't make it up, really, could you? Not really.
Oh dear.
So anyway, that was a bit of our calamitous hotel stay this time, but oh dear, made me cry, Debbie. Oh dear. So
anyway, what you doing?
Yeah, right. Okay, now I'm putting this pink on top. You remember I told you that because of the pleats, it's actually made that side actually slightly smaller.
Sorry.
Some things you just can't get over, can you, really? So we're just going to fit this round the top.
Pictures in my mind now.
I know. You imagine that?
I am.
If the emergency services had come round, there was I sat on the floor. That's a little bit worse than my water skiing experience.
Oh dear.
Dear, oh dear. Right, so I'm just going to pin that along the top there. And this tweed does actually very, very slightly stretch. It's not meant to stretch, but you can just ease it into the top. And of course the restaurants are closed as well. We normally go into the next door beef eater, and of course they were closed, so we ended up having a bag of popcorn each. Right. So it's 5/8 of an inch, so we're just stitching along the top, okay?
Mary feels your pain.
It could have been so embarrassing.
So, Morag's always on call. She says you could have called her, she'd have come to assist you.
Oh, Morag. And it's got what they call a tortoise and a hare on here as well, so...
So are you tortoise or hare?
So you can either go slow or you can go fast with the machine. Obviously, I'm used to my machine, so I sort of tend to race along with it a little bit. I love it. I feel so at home today with this machine. It's lovely, isn't it? Right, so there we have it. That's the top. Just take that pin. Now, one little tip. When you're actually dealing with the tweed or this type of fabric, you do have to press the pleats in, but I would always use a cloth on the top,
right?
Because it's got like a woolen content, I'm guessing. It will shrink and it will just go bobbly, so you have to be a little bit careful. So just use your sheet over the top, okay? Let's just take that pin
Would you,
off.
I mean, diversifying a bit, particularly when you're dressmaking, do you pre-wash?
Obviously the wedding gowns I don't, because they tend not to need sort of washing again afterwards. But yeah, normal dressmaking I would. You know, even if you don't think a fabric's going to shrink, there's always that possibility. So why go to all that trouble, really? And if you wash it, just say at 40 degrees, well then when you come to wash it again, you wash it again at 40 degrees.
Right.
Okay, always wash it at the same temperature that you originally washed the fabric in.
Okay.
So that's another good tip. So that's the first half of your bag done, basically. So the other half I've already got made. Oh, that's the lining. So this is the other half already made. So I've put those pins in, but they're...
Oh, Rachel, they're frumpy pins.
Oh, aren't they frumpy? Oh, honestly. So I'm just going to whip those out quick because we don't need frumpy pins here. There we go. So basically what you do is you put the right sides together like this. This is after you've pressed it. Right sides together. Now how the pattern actually, do you see what I mean about the fraying?
Yeah.
So just be a little bit cautious with that, but like I say, just do a zigzag down the sides and just to stabilise it a little bit. And as with anything where you've got a join, make sure your joins are together.
Can you just move it away from you a little bit so we can
Of
see it
course.
on the camera? That's it.
So that you can see it there.
That's it.
All right, so join up with your seams. Because with, you know, like I said before, as with anything, if you're going to take the time to make something really nice and classy like this, then it's the finishing off of anything, isn't it, Debbie, really, of anything you do.
Yeah, and this is something, you know, you're going to use this. You're going to have compliments for it.
Oh,
People are going to ask you
yeah.
where you bought it from. So it's not, sewing shouldn't be a rush anyway, should it?
No. I mean, I made all my Christmas presents this year, every single one. Oh, no, I didn't actually one. I didn't make the train set. So, but no, I made all of them apart from that one. For one thing, it was all it was very satisfying. But also it just means that I sort of used up all my fabric scraps, really, and just made something very lovely out of them all. And, you know, so many people said to me, oh, where did you get this from? And I made it, you know. Right, so we're just going to join up that seam as well.
I made, we only bought presents. I said we only bought presents for the kids. That was going to
Yeah.
be the rule this year, although
Yeah.
my kids all got me a present.
Oh,
That wasn't the deal. But I made, I didn't get them anything because we weren't doing presents this year.
no.
But I did make gift bags for the girls,
Yeah.
boxers, bags, and they had a little handbag each as well,
Oh, that's nice.
with kids' makeup in it and kids' colouring stuff to put in their hair. Oh, it's my oldest granddaughter, blusher, lipstick, every 5 minutes. I need to put some more lipstick on, Grandma. That would have taken a while to get off, I think.
How old is your eldest granddaughter?
5.
Oh, she's just the age, and she just wants to look grown up.
Oh yeah, she can't understand why she can't wear lipstick to school.
They are
Girls wear
funny, aren't
lipstick.
they? Yeah. Right, so the pattern actually tells you to sew down all the sides. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm going to do as the pattern's told me to. So just move that over to one side a second.
Yeah, Grandma fixes things.
Oh,
And
yeah.
anything, a toy that's broken, Grandma can fix it.
Yeah,
Grandma
that's
fixes. I'm a fixer. I'm a hero.
That's quite nice, absolutely. Just going to do this.
That machine is so quick. I've got the predecessor, I've probably told you before.
Have you used this one before then,
Yeah.
Debbie?
But I bought mine because of the speed.
Yes.
Because I like so quickly. You don't have to, obviously, but it's such a quick machine. I think it's something like 1,300 stitches a minute. It's almost as fast as an overlocker.
Yeah, it is really, really quick, but also it's got the strength as well. Because obviously I'm surprised mine hasn't blown up, especially when I'm making a wedding dress, because obviously that's, you know, that's quite a lot of sewing. So one side done.
Pack your microwave, said Lynn, Rachel, next time, and some ready meals.
All my microwave. Did you see that? My microwave.
No.
Oh, haven't you heard of that?
No.
What's that lady chef's name? Nigella Lawson.
Nigella Lawson, right.
I don't know if she was messing about. We still don't know if she was messing about, but she was doing one of her recipes, and she was just saying, oh, that you had to blitz this in the microwave, and it was picked up. So whether it was a publicity stunt, I don't know, probably. But it was a really strange thing to have said.
I kind of like it. It makes the microwave glamorous, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Microwave.
I'm going to have a microwave and an oven.
Yeah.
And a saucy pan.
Just going across there. And also, just to because you probably hear it a little bit underneath my sewing, but all you do is you just get like a little because I think you sell them on here, the little mats, don't you? The little non-stick mats.
Yes, we do.
They're brilliant. I've got one underneath my overlocker and also my sewing machine, and you can't hear it at all.
See, I can't use one because as I'm yeah. So I'm not going to sell you one of them purely because I move my sewing machine out of the way while I'm cutting, and then I'll drag it back again, and they really work. They're non-slip, and you can't actually move the machine. If you're sewing on a glass top table, absolutely perfect because they're in the machine.
Is that
will
the
rattle
non-slip
around a bit. Yeah,
mats?
yeah. Actually, for the overlocker, good idea. I don't push that around, but
Sorry, my needle's just come unthreaded. But this should just show you how easy it is actually to thread.
you don't use a needle threader.
No, I know they're there and I have used them, but sometimes it's quicker for me just to thread it up by hand. But you have got that feature here.
We've got a whole hour on the machine at 12 o'clock if you want to come and join me then. We'll have a good old tour around it. There's a lot of features I haven't used on it actually. We'll have a good old play.
I think the main feature for me is are the plates.
Yes.
The interchangeable plates. On a lot of sewing machines you wouldn't get that. At the moment I've got the straight stitch plate, and I didn't realise the importance of changing your plates until I had this machine. If you have it means if you sew chiffon and things like this,
yeah.
What can sometimes happen, it disappears inside the machine, and that's nothing more annoying, is it, than that? Whereas with this, if you change it to a straight stitch plate, that doesn't happen.
I missed that mention of that. I have been thinking previously about buying a straight stitch sewing machine because that's the stitch obviously used most of all.
Yeah.
But no point when you've got this. And you don't have to unscrew the plates either. They clip on and off.
No, they are. I'll show you in a second. So with these, you've got like a little button on there, look. So if you want to pull it up,
I think that's brilliant.
It comes out. And it just snaps back in.
So, and that's just, can you show us that one again?
Yeah, of course.
We're going to come close up and have a look.
This is how easy it is. This plate is a sewing straight stitch. That's it.
So
You can
easy.
just take it out. All right. And then just to put it back in, snap.
I mean,
That was good, wasn't it?
May seem like a little thing, but if you've got those tiny screws to hold your plate in,
Yeah.
you lose one of them, then you're stuck, aren't you? They don't come with spares.
It's a big thing if you're sewing particular fabrics, or oh, I've forgotten to do something actually. Right, so what we have to do here as well, we have to cut a little notch in, so it's 2 inches across. And 2
that's to make the
inches,
base square, isn't it?
and 2 inches down there. So this is the base of the bag. So if you have a look at the base of the bag of the sample that I made, just squares off the bottom. Oh, I've got to say hello to Sue as well, my Gary's physiotherapist.
Hi, Sue.
Yeah, I've got her interested in sewing as well. So she said she's going to watch the show today. and also the lady in the bank in the TSB. Right, so I'm just going to cut out a square. As you can hear the scissors going through this, it's got a metallic thread going through the fabric.
You could be sharpening your scissors at the same time.
Do you know, I was just going to say that actually. Because sharpening your scissors actually on tin foil for me has actually worked quite well.
Has it? I've never tried it. I've heard it.
Well, I didn't try it and I thought, no, I thought it can't happen, but it does. It actually does.
All right.
Another little tip from me today. So how to make the box back, the bottom, you just join up both the seams that you've made on the sides and the bottom, okay? Just pop a little pin there and there. Talking about putting your Christmas decorations away, we couldn't bring our tree down this year because we had some hornets in our loft in the summer. And one was literally stuck on one of the rafters in the roof.
Really?
Yeah, it was just stuck there and I was frightened to death. And then when we put the loft ladder and put it down from the loft, 'cause it's one of those that goes into the loft, pulled it down, there was one inside one of the little holes.
Oh.
But they hibernate, which I didn't realise because I thought they were all going to come out at me. So I said, Gary, I'm not getting the tree down this year.
Or if you do, just be quiet while you're
Yeah,
looking.
that's right. So we did euthanise them.
Oh, did you? Oh. They wouldn't know. They were asleep.
No,
anyway.
no, exactly. They
Yeah.
were asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened. I think I've just moved that a bit too far back. Right, so I'm just going to stitch along here. That's one bag bottom.
Did you watch any films over Christmas?
We always watch The Christmas Carol.
Do you?
Yeah, I love that film. But I think it was from the same, I don't know if it was the same makers of the Polar Express. Because I know that's one of your favourite ones, isn't it, the Polar Express?
Yeah, Cat likes that one.
But
It was on again, wasn't it, this year?
oh, but they actually look like the people that are
Yeah.
talking, don't they? It's
Yeah.
amazing how they do it. But it always makes me jump when old Scrooge goes up to his door when he'd been really mean and nasty, and he goes up to his door like this. And then he goes to knock on the door and it comes out as Marley. And I wait for it every time and I think, right, I'm not going to jump this time. And it's like, ah! Right, here we go. So this is the outside of your bag. That's really pretty, isn't it?
A good size, this, isn't it? You know,
It
even if
is
you're
a
going to
good
use it to keep
size.
knitting in or something, it's a nice size bag.
Now with the straps, you do actually get 1 metre, which is slightly smaller than what the pattern actually says, but I think it works really well anyway.
Right.
So once you've actually got each of the sides done up, rather than measuring it, although it's 2 inches in, just match it up with the other side.
We've got more women on the website. We've got some multicoloured actually, which go really nicely with
Ooh.
this fabric. I think it's like rainbow colours. It's £2.99 a metre.
Oh, that's
So
pretty.
that'll go really well with it, wouldn't it? Stick it in your basket. No extra postage.
So just going to tack that down just to hold it in place. And I normally go over it a couple of times just to make it a bit stronger.
Right. Oh, Lisa. Oh, I'm not sure about this.
Oh,
She's enjoying the show so much, I'm taking you to the shower with me.
so the what?
In the shower, she's going to close the curtain, she said. Do you mind? 'Cause we can see what you're doing.
You wouldn't want to see me in the shower. I don't like seeing me in the shower either.
Janet says, does the machine have a cotton cutter? Yes, it does.
Yes, it does, yeah, on the side. Is that, should I use it now?
Yeah, it's got the little thread cutter on the side. I don't know if Janet
That's
means
this is
the
this
scissor
bit here.
thing. You know, like the,
Oh, do you mean on the side here or the push? Oh yeah, it's got little scissors.
yeah, not sure which one you mean, Janet, but it's got both.
Yeah. So they're just showing you, that's the scissor
Yeah.
shape there, so that will cut off the thread as well. So that's your handles put on. So that makes the outer of the bag. And then you've got the inners of the bag, the lining. So I've already made one side. So you make it in exactly the same way, apart from, instead of doing the pleats, you just gather it along to meet the same width as that. So I've already started it. Now some of people prefer just machining it across to gather it. I tend to use just do it by hand quickly.
Right. Jenny's just joined us. She says, morning, Debbie, a tad late. A tad?
A tad? It's nearly tea
Quarter to
time. Cup of tea time, that is. So I'm just going to just draw it out a little bit so that you've got it more or less the right size. That's it. Oh, still got it. I didn't cut it off.
Didn't quite snip.
Right, so once you've got it all gathered, just pull it along and pin. So we're just going to, and it's exactly the same way that you make the outer bag. We are quite similar, aren't we, really, Debbie? Because your husband's Gary as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Although he spells it slightly differently, doesn't
He's
he, to Gary?
A-R-I-E.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the most unpopular names at the moment, apparently.
Oh, is there? Wonder why that is.
Babies just aren't being called Gary these days.
No. Mind you, I'm actually pleased Jenny called Benjamin. You know, mind you, I do like all sorts of names. I do like the modern names as well. I quite like the name Teddy.
Yeah,
I don't
Teddy's
know
nice.
why. I love Teddy.
We have a Teddy, don't we? A viewer, Teddy.
I
Ships
love
in
the
quite
name
often.
Teddy.
A short for Edward, isn't it?
That's right, yes. Right.
Yeah, we could name suggestion. We've already done name suggestions for Vicky's baby. Because if it's a boy, we could call it Gary.
True.
Yeah.
The 3 Garys.
Yeah.
I better not confuse my old pins with these lovely new classy ones.
Do you use clips very often?
No, that's another thing really, because I think what it is, if I made more bags or I did more quilting, I would use them.
Yeah.
But obviously with dressmaking, you can't really use the clips properly.
Oh, Teddy's messaged in.
Oh,
He says he thinks Teddy is a great name.
so do I, Teddy.
And it's not shortened for anything. It's just Teddy.
Yeah, oh, I love it. Does he spell it T-E-D-D-Y or is I?
It's a Y.
It's a Y. Not that it makes any difference, but... Right, so there's your other side of the lining. Now with this, it's still right side to right side, but with this one, you're going to sew up the sides, but you're only going to sew partly across there because you need to turn it. You need to turn the bag out.
Because wasn't the teddy bear named after
Roosevelt.
Edward Roosevelt, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. I'm not quite sure why.
Edward. Shortened to Teddy.
Oh, I suppose because he was quite popular, I suppose.
I don't
Is that
know.
why?
I'll Google it.
I'm like my daughter was. Why? Why, Mummy? Why? Hi, Jenny, if you're watching. She said she would, but I'm not quite sure. She might be busy with the baby.
Oh, Teddy is also short for Theodore, apparently.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, didn't know that one.
No, I didn't know that one either. God, we learn such a lot, don't we, on these
I know.
on a Sunday? Honestly, I go home full of knowledge.
Oh, we've only got about 3 minutes left, Rachel. It's going
Oh,
really
golly,
quickly.
right, okay. Well, you do this in exactly the same way. Let's just sew down the sides. Let's do it quickly.
Oh, a name for a nightclub, Angie.
Angie.
She's calling it Get Wasted, as in WAISTED. Oh, Angie. Is that Angie from Great Yarmouth? I got your Christmas card at last. Thank you
How
very
about
much.
So Happy?
So, yeah, I like that one.
So Happy
Yeah.
nightclub.
More like So Sozzled. Because we've had a nightclub next door, there'd only be 3 of us there. And Elliot would have to DJ as well.
I used to love the old nightclubs, didn't you, Debbie?
And
Or not? Were you not a nightclub lady?
no, they're too noisy.
I used to like all the slow dances.
Oh, Rachel.
Yeah. I used to get asked all the time.
Oh, Alex. Alex is normally one of the first ones in. And she says she's been here all along, but she has been so ashamed at having frumpy pins that she's been quiet.
Oh!
We'll talk about you now, Alex. Let's be proud of our frumpy pins.
Absolutely. Well, like I say, I only have mine because they're different colours and I can see them on the carpet when I drop them. That's when I've lost my glasses.
They're retro.
Yes. But these are quite nice because they've got like little curly bits on the end.
They're nice and grippy, aren't they? And they're actually silicone on the ends as well, so you can iron over them.
Which will be really handy for making this bag actually when you press it.
Yeah.
Right. So, we've made that bag outer. So what you've got to do is you've got to put this bag inside here. I'm hoping I've got enough time just to show you. How much time have I got?
2 minutes.
2
That
minutes.
was a long minute.
It was a long minute. I thought that as well. Right. So I'm just going to put a pin in each corner. But obviously make sure that also your handles go inside the bag because you don't want to be sewing over those. Otherwise it would be a clutch bag, wouldn't it? A very large one. Right. So the
I opened a nightclub once.
Did you?
Years ago. I didn't open my own nightclub. I was a guest of honour, I thought, to open a nightclub.
Yeah.
And when I turned up there, the nightclub owner said, I thought you had dark hair. No, I've always been blonde. You are Debbie Greenwood, aren't you?
Oh no! Oh no, how embarrassing. Wasn't Debbie Greenwood the Miss World or something? Or Miss
I think she
England?
was, wasn't she? Miss
Miss...
Great Britain or something, I can't remember. Yeah.
I can just remember from one of the competitions I was in with her. Right, so we're just going to sew around there really quickly. I'm hoping I've just got the time to do that. You know, when we always used to wear our bikinis and...
I'd had to stay, it was free drinks.
Well, I did actually win a competition once. You wouldn't believe it, would you? But I did. Well, actually, I won 2. I won Miss Lovely Legs of Blagden Park.
Blagden Park sounds glamorous.
Oh, it was, yeah. It was a camping site in Devon. Miss Lovely Legs of Blagden Park. And I also won Miss Sealink of Weymouth.
Sealing?
Miss Sealink.
Oh, sealing. I thought you said sealing.
Sealing. Oh, golly. Why do we end up laughing so much, Debbie? I love it. No, Miss Sealink of Weymouth, and that's the honest truth. And that was in 1980.
Really?
Yeah, it was. See, 'cause my dad used to work on the railway, and they were quite closely connected, I think, in those days. And Dad heard of the competition, and of course, like a lot of dads, he said, "Go on, you're in for it, Rachel." He said, "You'll win." We'll win, and I did.
Oh.
Oh, last little bit.
We've had some pictures of bags that you've made in the past, so shall we have a look at those? Love it when you send pictures in. Oh, Morag. So that's Morag's nice colours, and Carol and Geraldine's. Aren't they? I love seeing how, you know, fabrics that you've chosen, because they all look so very different, don't they? Oh, thank you for sending those in. Oh, lovely.
So with this lining, I haven't got time to do this, but you do the corners exactly the same as you do the outside, okay? And leave that gap at the bottom. Then what that will enable you to do is to pull that through. And before you stuff it back in, just sew it along the opening that you've made.
Right.
And then in it goes.
Perfect.
And but the pattern does actually tell you to do a little top stitch round the top as well.
And on the one that you made out of tweed, I love the
Yep.
rosette that you've made there as well.
Yeah, well, I
flower.
just thought because I use the spotty fabric inside, you don't
matches.
sort of necessarily see it. So I thought I'll bring a bit of the spotty on the outside and put a
That's
button
great
in there.
idea.
Yeah.
We'll see you again at 11 o'clock then.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it now.
Yeah, good. We're going to be doing a bit of dressmaking. Well, I say we. The top that's behind me here, and the neckline, and setting in sleeves, and working with jersey fabric as well. Right, with the bundles that we have for you for the bag today, this one is the tweedy one. Doesn't it look that's very wintry, isn't it? Perfect for this time of year. So we've got the tweed, half a metre of that. And then we have half a metre of the spot, and half a metre of calico, and your instructions, and a metre of the webbing as well. So all of that for £23.99. So the one that Rachel was working with is the Manhattan tweed, which is this one. So that's that. I'm not going to unfold them. So that's got like a gold thread running through it. And then you have the pomegranate and the vanilla. And this time you've got the natural coloured webbing for £23.99. That's including, of course, your instructions as well. So that's that. Then really popular has been the Riley Blake. So a very different look again. So maybe a little bit more springy, this one. So we have the Riley Blake floral, and I love that diagonal stripe across the top. And then you've got a Rose and Hubble solid white, and a bit more webbing in this one for £24.99. And then finally is this one. So florals for this one, lovely heather colour, I love that one. And the deep rose pink, and you've got your calico. You put whichever one you want on the outside, couldn't you? And in fact, if you're careful, or I was thinking as well, you know, put the pleats on the outside, if you put the pleats on the inside as well, and we're very careful with your hand sewing across the bottom, you've got a reversible bag there as well. And that again is £23.99, including a metre of your webbing as well. So that's all that. So coming up next, we have the flower of the month, which I'm going to make an apron out of this time. So many of those have already gone. If you got it in your basket, I would check out. We tend to sell out of the flower of the month on the first day, and it's the first day today. So have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com. Check out your baskets if you want to order. Otherwise, I'll see you again for a little bit of apron sewing just after this break.
New Years are always about trying new things, so why not try out a new hobby? From the 4th to the 10th of January, Sewing Street will be bringing you a week packed with demonstrations on new techniques, beginners tutorials and brand new projects. With everything from ribbon art, making your own sleepwear, new quilting techniques and beginners homeware makes. We have something for everyone. Sign up to our email newsletter and follow us on social media to find out what's on when. And watch our New Year, New Hobby shows from 8 AM to 1 PM on Monday the 4th to Sunday the 10th of January on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our YouTube channel or Facebook Live.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn? Bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Hello there, welcome back again. We're flower of the monthing in this hour. I'm just putting the blade back on the right hand side on my rotary cutter, bear with me a second, which you've already found on the website already and it's been really busy for. So the flower of the month for January 2021 is carnation. Just bear with me while I'll do that in a minute. Which is this one. And if you haven't seen these before, we've actually got a 12-inch square with the flower of the month in the centre, then all of these 2.5-inch strips as well that you can do as you will with. What I'm thinking, and I did start a little one in a previous show, is if you're collecting all the flowers of the month, then it might be quite nice because they're all different colours, they're all very, very soft. But if you're collecting them, then maybe join them all together, and then with the different coloured strips, you can make some multicoloured bias binding or sashing and borders to go around them so that everything kind of coordinates together. What I love about these prints as well, the print on the actual flower is so I've got texture to it, it's like a fabric print, and that's echoed in the design of the strips that go alongside it as well, so it's a really nice texture. So much you can do with these. It could be, so I've made cushions, I've made, oh sorry, I don't want to lose that, bags, and a wall holder, a wall hanger. I'm going to make an apron in this one at Rachel's request. Or you could quilt them, table runners if you didn't want to go for the whole set. And you can quilt them. I shan't quilt, because it takes ages. I shan't quilt the apron because I do want to get something finished. So you can use them on their own or you can join them all up together. But these are the genuine flowers of the month. So if you have a birthday in January, then that's going to be your flower of the month. We started in May, so we don't have February, March, April yet. But if you've got a birthday that comes up after May, have a look on the website. I think December's sold out at the moment, but you will be able to buy any of the other months going back to May last year, and May was the Lily of the Valley, which is one of my favourite ones actually. It's all in lovely colour greys. So 12 inch square here, then all of these 2.5-inch strips, exclusive to Sewing Street, designed and printed in the UK. And it's only £9.99. Down here we've got the January little label there and quilted by if you wanted to show off your work and be proud of them, or if you're giving that as a gift, that would be a nice little idea just to add that to them. So really versatile. I'd love to see your pictures of what you've been making with them. I can't remember who it was who sent it in, sorry, but we did see, was it a pelmet? In the previous show we had a picture from Lynn. She'd made a quilted, was it a cushion? So you maybe you've made something completely different to any of the ideas that I've come up with, so do come and let me know. I'd love to see what you've been making so far. You'll need a little bit extra though, because if you're making a bag, you'll need a lining. If you're making a cushion cover, you may want to make it a little bit bigger. If you're quilting, you may want to add a plain colour down here. So we put together some colours of fabrics that will go really well with this for you to pop on your order. So complementary colours we have for you. So should we start with the baby pink? So this is, we're calling this one light pink. So I think that's going to be quite soft next to the flowers there, but that works really, really well. If you can stretch to it, I'd maybe go for 2, because I think a very small border or some piping actually would look really nice in that. And then outline in this gorgeous coral as well. That goes so well. So if you're going to use that as a border on its own, it really does stand out, doesn't it? So that's coral. Or you could go for the pomegranate. Oh, bright pink. Is this not? Well, it's not a pomegranate. It's not quite the same colour. So that's the bright pink. If you wanted a more neutral, or you could do that and that and have a nice little border. I'd go coral myself. But that's the ivory. And then finally we've got another neutral, which is the silver. Very popular, that one. These are by the half metre at £3.49. So, I mean, you don't have to go for this with this, but I just think it's a nice idea if you do. I'd go ivory and coral personally, or if you're only going to go for one, I'd go for coral. I think that matches really well. Okay, do you want to look at these other panels? So, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Came off the last one, didn't it? These are the panels that we have left for you. So December sold out. So that one's gone. November, so we're going backwards. I shan't open them all. I'll open one out actually, just to show you the size of these, which is that big. So this is November, and that's your chrysanthemum. Again, they've all got the that kind of fabric print to them, and then that's echoed in the 2.5-inch strips that you see there. They're quite long actually, 43 inches to be exact, just panning across. So that's November, and before that, that'll be my sister in November. And then October is Kat's mum, my daughter, that's Marigold. So there you go, that's your Marigold. And before October, we have September, which is Elliot, my husband. So this one is your Aster. Lovely colours, aren't they? I love those kind of cold lilac shades. So that's September. And then they're all on the website if you wanted another look. Then August, granddaughter, that's a Poppy. Or maybe your name's Poppy. Remember, each of these £9.99, remember? And they've all got the strips attached to them as well. And then July, which is my month. So again, isn't that a gorgeous colour? So this time we're looking at a delphinium. So I didn't know delphinium was my birth flower. So that's July. June is a rose, so maybe your name's June. Jenny, we only have one colour for the flower of the month. They don't come in different colours, I'm afraid. You get what you see. So that's Rose. So Jenny's got a daughter called Rose. That's that one. And then May, which was the first one. And my favourite one, this is my eldest granddaughter, is the Lily of the Valley. I like Lily of the Valley because it reminds me of my grandma. So, you know, she wasn't born in June and her name wasn't Lily, but she used to, in fact, they were plastic. She used to have some plastic Lily of the Valley flowers, but I used to love them, so they just remind me of her. So again, £9.99 for each one of those. Right, should we make an apron? I'll just do a half apron. So I'm not using up too much fabric. And request of Rachel, she wanted a pocket on the front made out of the flower panel, so let's do that. I'm going to line it. How long have we got? Oh, loads of time. And I'll make a strap for it as well. So I'm going to cut this out first of all. Oh, nice new blade in this. So again, you've got 12-inch squares for each one of these. So if you are making a quilt out of all of them, you've got a really decent sized block there, which you can quilt. When I've made anything up with these before, I like to put a little bit of wadding behind it and then stitch around the frame here, because it looks like you've stitched in the ditch and pieced them together, although you haven't. It just looks like that. So that's my pocket. I will need a lining for the pocket. And shall I can do ties. Whoops, that's the iron gone again. That's what happened last time, but it was switched on before. Oh, I'll need an ironing pad as well, which we must have somewhere. So we'll do the ties out of this, and I might put a border around the bottom of it as well. So for the tie, let's do, we do two, if you want, go round me. Not really, okay. So I'll need 2 strips of those cutting. I'll I'll use the scissors for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a border on. Put a border on. I'll do a border on that. We'll do the straps on. That's what I'm going to do. So let's just clip these out. Like so. So bear with while I just snip through all of these. I wonder if I can cut them all in one go with a rotary cutter. You don't want to see me cutting straight lines for half an hour, do you? See how we go here. So if I just line that up with that. Yeah, we'll do that. Then I can cut through them all in one go with a rotary cutter. And then the next one, I'm hoping these are lined up. Shall I do 2 thick or 1 thick for the strap? Oh, well I've got one, I've cut one there. We'll do it 1 thick. And then down there. Being as how I got into sewing. I was brought up with it. My mum was a dressmaker, so sewing was always happening in the house. She was very generous with the scraps and her knowledge. So when I was very young, I used to make my own doll's clothes. I had the very best dress, Wendy Miller, and you should have seen what I did with Tommy Gunn. 1, 2, I'll have 2 stripes around the border. So it went from doll's clothes to making clothes for myself, because if you wanted anything fashionable when I was young, you had to make it. There was no, in fact, when I was little, we only used to have like school uniform fine. We were bought school uniform once a year, but fashionable clothes, which didn't happen very much in our house, we had as Christmas presents. So if you wanted anything throughout the year, you had to make it yourself, which I did. And it was quite nice actually, because my mum was, like I say, she was a seamstress. She used to make wedding dresses and all kinds of things, take commissions from them, make our clothes, make clothes for the rest of the family. Everything that we had was homemade. And she died about 22 years ago, which was before I started sewing as a career. So I always thought I wish she would have known what I was doing now. She'd have been so proud. But when I started sewing professionally, I thought, no, I know she taught me how to sew, but I'll take myself off to college and I'll learn it properly. So off I went to the London College of Fashion and did a course in dressmaking techniques, which I didn't finish because she taught me properly. So that sounded a bit, oh, I'm leaving this course because I already know what I'm doing. But I did, she taught me properly. So that's how I started. How did you start? Who taught you how to sew? studio@sewingstreet.com if you want to send us a message. So how did you start sewing? Who taught you how to sew? What's your sewing journey? How long have you been sewing? See, I thought everybody could sew. And I didn't take it up at school. I wasn't actually very good at sewing at school, so I dropped it and did pottery instead. It was a lot more interesting than sewing. Would have thought I'd end up here. Okay, I haven't told you what I'm doing. That's going to be the size of my apron. So I'm just going to use half of my ½ metre of coral fabric. I might put a couple of pleats in the top. I'm going to put a nice thick border around the bottom because I think it will look nice. I'm going to line it as well, so then I will use the other half of my coral fabric, and I'll need some kind of backing on the pocket as well, because I like a lined pocket personally. So I'm going to use, I hope I can use all of these, I'm doing it anyway. Send me a bill. I say that every week, you know, and they never do. So I'm using the ivory, and that's just going to be the lining on my pocket. Yeah, I was quite surprised. I might have said before, so Excuse me if I repeat myself, but I thought everybody could sew because I assumed that everybody's parents could sew, and that's the way that I was brought up, so that's where I thought it was. And it was quite an eye-opener to me when I was working on a shopping channel selling sewing machines, and a director came over to me and said, can you show me how to sew a button on my jacket? And I said, oh, give me the jacket, I'll sew it on for you. And he said, no, seriously, can you show me how to sew a button on? I don't know how to do it. And I thought, you know, people, unless you're shown, you don't know, do you? So if nobody's ever told you how to sew a button on, how would you know how to sew a button on? So then I was thinking, right, I can teach. I can show you how to sew a button on, I can show you how to make a jacket as well. And here I am. Making aprons. So this is the pocket. I've cut out the lining fabric in exactly the same fabric. Not the same fabric, to the same size. And these I'm going to sew right sides together, leaving a gap in the bottom so I can turn it the right side out. Oh, you go there. So away we go. I love this machine. Well, that's not quite lined up. Let me just... I don't pin for things like this generally. If I'm dressmaking, absolutely, definitely. But not for something like this. So. Backwards before. Oh, that's a small stitch. What are we on? And do a 2.4. That's better. So stop with the needle down as you're pivoting around the corner. And away we go. This machine's been really popular today, actually. It is back in stock, so if you've been waiting for it, here it is. We have it right now. And it's a lovely machine. That tension's a bit too tight. Which I will be demonstrating at 12 o'clock today. So if you've got any questions or you want me to show you anything in particular, then let me know. So studio@sewingstreet.com. That's better. So literally sewing around in the corner, in a square. I love the speed in it, particularly when you're sewing straight lines. Jan's got hers with her Christmas money today. Have I got the? Yeah, I've got the straight stitch plate on. So snip off the corners. Oh, Lynn's grandma taught her how to sew. I want a treadle singer. Oh, I can remember an aunt of mine had a treadle singer. And when we used to go and visit, she wouldn't let me actually use it to sew in, but I can remember sitting there just doing the motion on the pedal, and it was so relaxing. Right, let's pop out the corners. And we'll give this a quick press. With my little mini iron. Oh, Derek says I taught him how to sew. Thank you. I'm still here. He was directing a school production of Thoroughly Modern Millie. And didn't have the budget for a licence for costumes, is that right? So I had to make them. I would love to see the costumes. Have you got any, Teddy? Right, just press around there. My iron's not quite hot enough, so while it's there, let's have a look at your comments. We've got loads, apparently. Where are you? Sharon was useless at sewing in school. I hated it. And when I met my husband, his mum's best friend was the wardrobe mistress at the Southern TV. Taught me how to sew. That was Olive. Thanks, Derek. Faye only started in April. Leslie's grandma used to sew for Marks and Spencer's. Geraldine's had this machine for about 18 months and still discovering things I can do with it. Oh, tips on YouTube, that's a good idea. Right, I'm just going to fold in the bottom of the pocket where I left the opening, and press that as well. That's a little bit untidy there. That's that. Yeah, I started my career as a model. Yeah, I did. I won a TV beauty contest, and that got me. Actually, it's quite funny. I won Miss ATV in 1979, and that was the year, if you were around in those days, that ITV went on strike. So I won it, then was out of work for 3 months. And when they came back again, they were very good actually, they were very sweet, but they had to give me some work, been out of work for so long. So I started doing some extra work. So I was in Crossroads, the first Crossroads with all the shaky sets. And do you remember Nurse of the Year was Leslie Crowther? I was the winning patient in Nurse of the Year. I've forgotten all about that one. So then started a career in TV. It's a long time ago, wasn't it? Yeah, so the little stint in children's television. Right, I'm just pressing the creases out. I don't like to work with creased up fabric. Okay, so pocket now goes on the front. Oh yes, pocket goes on the front. So I don't need the lining side of the fabric. Like so. So that's going to go there. So that's in the middle, that's fine. Are these pins from P? So let's do this. I did actually have a part in the second Crossroads when they filmed it in Nottingham and they didn't have shaky sets anymore. And I was a little bit of a... well, I answered the door with a dressing gown on to the girlfriend of the guy that I was visiting, shall we say. And the actor who played the guy that I was visiting was Gary, I can't remember his surname, but it's Anthea Turner's sister's husband. Gary Webster. I bet that's not on YouTube. So I'm just sewing around the bottom 3 sides. So that closes over the opening at the bottom. And then back down this side. And make sure you back stitch at each end of the pockets because that's where, if there is any strain on them, that's where it's going to be. So if you put your hand in your pocket, that's what happens there. So we'll do a bit of that. And then I was going to put a nice little border across the bottom. Could have been neater. I was going to put 2 strips, but I haven't got enough room, so I'll have 1 strip just going across the bottom there, because I think that'll balance it and make it look nice. So I'm using up pretty much all of this. I might just have a strip and a half left. Oh, Fiona's son went to was it London College of Fashion? And is now a fashion photographer in Sydney, in Australia. Nice place to be a photographer, isn't it? Oh, lots of you started sewing in the first lockdown as well. So I'm glad you found us here. Right, so I need to put that on there. So let's do that. So if that goes on there, and that goes right sides together there, and that folds over, is that right? So that's there, that needs to be that way, and then when it folds over, it's like, that'll do. Did you understand what I'm doing there? So I'm hoping that's going to be the right length, I'm sure it'll be fine. This I would normally measure, just to make sure I've got that straight. But I'd like to get somewhere near finishing it, so I'm not going to bother. We'll do it by eye. So let's do that. Oh, loads of you have been starting with dolls' clothes as well. Susan, did we have the same mother? Primary school head teacher, taught Carol how to sew many years ago. Home economics for Leslie at school. Oh, we've had some emails from you as well. Morning. Oh, now this is Sue. I was also taught by my mum and didn't get on at school. I used to follow the pattern at home and pretend at school. I used to make my own bell-bottom trousers, to go to the discotheque, and clearly remember loving to go to the ladies to show the inside seams I'd made. And then is that Melissa? I just started sewing this past summer in lockdown. Just learning. So love your demo. Thank you very much. And I've got books you've done. Love watching Sewing Street. And then Marilyn. Hi Marilyn. My mum and grandma taught me to sew dolls' clothes, but when Mary Quant came on the scene, oh bliss, so we copied her. Modern at last. See, I was never modern when I was younger. It was quite the old-fashioned thing. We've got some more. I love it when all your email comes through. This is Teddy. Nobody in our household sewed, so I had to teach myself by experiment. Started as a child. Then I got fed up of not being able to change rag dolls that were made with their clothes sewn onto their body. I remember that. So I'd take them apart and make them a replacement body and clothes. By the time I was in my early teens, I was running an unofficial dolls hospital for kids. Repairing broken dolls. What a good idea. I made a ball gown for a friend to wear to her father's works day. I think a lot of us started in the same way, didn't we? Watching your parents or grandparents and then dolls' clothes. So that's the border I put around the bottom just to balance it a little bit, I think. Then we're going to sew the front to the back. So we'll line this. Like so, and then I'm just tell you what I'm going to do is round off the corners at the bottom because I think that'd look nice. So I'd use a template normally just to make sure I get that right, but I think that will do. And then we'll sew all around the edge. But we're leaving the top open. Here we go. It's a good job it's a fast machine, isn't it? Oh, Joseph's granddad was a tailor in the south of Italy. Glamorous. I'd love to just spend a day working or watching in places like that. Watching, suit makers at work. Spend a day on Savile Row, maybe. Yeah, interested, if you know anybody. Just around the corners, then back down the other side. Good job, this is quick, isn't it? A lovely quick machine. So that is that. So snip that off. I'm just going to snip into the curves a little bit, just to help the seam to sit flatter on the curved side. And then we'll turn it the right side out. Loads of time still. I might even finish this. Like this. Or was that Lisa? Lisa teaches her scouts to sew on their own buttons and badges. That's a good way to start. That'd be hand sewing, won't it? Let's pull this seam out so it's right on the edge. And iron. And then we'll top stitch around it as well, because we've got time, because we can. And then we'll put the tie around the waist. I was going to put a couple of pleats in the top, but I don't know if we need it. Yeah, we will. I'm going to top stitch around here first. So I'm on 2.5 for the stitch length for this one because it's just a top stitch. And here we go. So this helps to keep it nice and flat. And I like top stitching because it gives a nice professional finish to whatever you're making as well. So that's just about 1/4 of an inch from the edge of the seam. If you're not too good on your top stitching, then try using a foot with a guide on it. So that could be your, oh, going out of bobbin thread. That could be an over edge foot or a blind hem foot. Right, I want to do this quickly so don't look at what I'm doing. Just wind this up a little bit. You've got an independent bobbin winder on this one as well. So I could be winding this up at the same time as I'm sewing. That might have been an idea. So let's just... Yeah, we've got loads of time. I could fill a few bobbins. Well, I could have a look at some of your messages while we're here, couldn't I? Facebook, refresh. Oh, we're done. So down we go and up we go. Not quite done, but that'll do. Pauline's mum taught her to sew. Several jobs in the industry. Oh. Let's snip that round there. Used to make a lot of children's clothing. I think that's that kind of sets us off, doesn't it? I actually started knitting when I had my first child. I just knit jumpers for him, but everything had to be striped because I'd get bored with it. So it was a little bit more interesting to keep changing colour. Right. Then I'll thread the needle again. Oh, I'm blaming Rachel. Right, I think this one's a little bit different to mine. Iris, thank you. It's not one of my patterns for my top. I don't really have time to dressmake. This year may be different. The needle thread is different to my machine on this one, so as Rachel said, maybe it's just quicker to thread it. We shall have a play with that before the 12 o'clock show. All right. I've got a little nest of thread underneath here, so if the nest of thread is underneath your work, the problem is on the top. So let's rethread and we'll start again, and that will be fine. When you come down to the needle, put the foot down, make sure the tensions are engaged, and then we'll thread like this. Like that. And then we'll do it again, and that should be fine. Right, round we go. Okay, then I'm going to put just a couple of pleats in the top. So let's pop this on here. Don't like these loose threads. And just to give it a little bit of shape, I think we'll have one about there. Julie, this machine is fabulous and it is fast. Fingers crossed she wins the postcode lottery this month. As long as you do the postcode lottery, I suppose you're in with a chance. I'd love to win the lottery, but you've got to do it, haven't you? Right, so I'm just going to sew these in place, not over pins, please. Same on this side. So I've just measured those kind of by eye again. You'd, if you're doing this proper, then you'd measure them properly as well. So we have that. Now for the strap around the top, I don't like to see a join in the centre. personally. So if I'm going to make a join, I'm going to iron those in place so they don't open up too much. It's better. I'd like to see a join here or a join on the sides there. So my joins are going to be just on the edge here. So allow 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, like so. And then I'm going to have the rest of it, enough there. Yep, I'm going to cut that in half. Or should we wrap it all the way around? What should we do? Should have a really long one. No, we'll do that because I'll be here forever. And then I'm going to right sides together so these in a long strip. So we can shorten this. Ooh. I've got emergency stop coming up. What have I done now? We have the thread jumped out of the take-up lever. My machine does this at home sometimes as well. If you start sewing right on the edge of the fabric, it doesn't like it. So in protest, it throws the thread out of the take-up lever, I don't know how, and then refuses to work for about 20 seconds until it's calmed itself down again. So that was purely because I started right on the edge of the fabric. Don't like it. Whoops. It does have a needle thread, I just need to figure it out because it's different to mine. Okay. Start again, a little bit further in this time. Happy with that, are you? Not happy with that. So not only does it throw its thread out of the take-up lever, it's thrown it out of the needle as well. Foot down when you thread the needle, tension's engaged. In you go. Now do it this time. If you don't do it this time, I'm going back to the 570. There we go, that frightened it. And the right sides together on this side. To be honest, it's quite nice when things go what you think is wrong, because it happens, doesn't it? It happens at home, it happens. And it's nice to understand what happens when things go wrong as well. Again, I know I've said before, but when I learned to drive in a Model T Ford where they used to walk in the front and wave a flag, I can remember on one of my first, I've got a coffee there. One of my first driving lessons, my instructor said, so when you come to a stop, put your foot on the clutch. I said, why? And he said, well, okay, don't. See what happens. So of course, didn't put my foot on the clutch and kangarooed halfway down Victoria Avenue. But I never forgot what would actually happen if I did that. I thought it was a real learning curve, and I thought actually that's a very clever thing to explain. And it's a little bit like when you're sewing, once you've done something, or you think you've done something wrong, you can identify what it is next time, and if it's something you can avoid doing, you avoid doing it again, don't you? So everything's a learning curve. I'm turning the edge of this over by about 1/4 of an inch, maybe a bit more. And I'm going to do that at the top and the bottom before I sew it on. Not bothered about pressing seams open. It's an apron. So all the way down both sides with this one. Oh, actually, you could use a little hem guide if you're not too good at doing this by eye. And if the fabric's fighting back a little bit, a bit of best press. We'll have it under control. Right, it is quite long, isn't it? Yeah, sorry about this. I've put on a bit of weight over Christmas. Okay, that'll do that. Then let's take said apron. Let's check in with you lot first. Read to ignore you, isn't it? Where are we? Why we need to have the foot down when threading the needle. Marilyn, when the foot is up, your tensions inside the machine are like two discs, like two plates that are together like this. So when the foot's up, the tension discs are open, so you can pull the thread through really freely. To make sure that you have engaged the tension, if you put your foot down, it closes the tensions. If you happen to skip the tension bit and just thread the machine, if the tensions aren't engaged and they haven't trapped the thread, it's just going to chuck thread out underneath your work. It'll come out too quickly. So by putting the foot down and just testing it, just test that you have got the tensions engaged. So have your foot up when you thread all the way through to needle, foot down, and then thread from there. That's why we do that. Right, so this is going to be sewn right sides together across the top here. So a bit like when you sew on bias binding, raw edges together, and I'm going to sew along that seam there, or that fold line there, I should say. So again, if you want to pin, that's fine. I tend not to, because all I'm doing is lining up raw edges. So I can line up raw edges and pin them and then unpin as I sew, or just line up raw edges and sew. So this I found a bit quicker. Right, so let's go all the way across. I'll just check I've caught all of that fabric actually, before we go any further. So, looking lovely. And then with the long strips here, we're going to fold this over right sides together. So there's the strap that I've just sewn on here. I'm going to open this up and fold it over right sides together. It's a bit skinny, this one. I should have made that a bit wider. And I'm going to sew from, let's just fold that, from the edge of the apron here, from that seam, all the way across and down to the end as well. So line up those edges. And again, just literally starting at the edge of the apron there, and along the fold lines. You know what I could do with, because this is quite slim, do we by any chance, Kat, have the turning tool? We don't have them in stock apparently, but it would be quite useful for this. Or a knitting needle or something. So into the corner, needle down, and I'm going to sew straight across the end as well. And snip. And then the same on the opposite side. So again, right sides together. And just from that seam there, at the edge of the apron, we'll sew all the way around this side. Thank you. So you don't get this on other shopping channels. If you want to request anything, somebody's got to go to the warehouse and get it out, and fill a form in, make sure you're insured. Right down to the end and across the bottom. And snip. Okay, then we're going to turn these tubes through. Coffee's not quite gone cold yet, but I can check up on you while I'm just having a sip of coffee. Carol, there's always issues. We should do a thing on tension, shouldn't we? Suzanne did a college course 3 years ago for beginners sewing, so quite new to sewing. My mum's posh mum-in-law was calling and made a sofa cover out of curtains. Ooh! Made me sew right-handed. That was a thing, wasn't it? Yeah. Forcing left-handed people to be right-handed. It happened to my dad, and he had quite a bad stammer after it. Right, so tube goes inside here. So I'm doing this right, aren't I? Tube goes, oh, that's a bit tight. Let me get a smaller one, which is a very skinny strap, this one. I'll do that one. So tube goes in all the way down to the end. We'll let you know when these are back in stock again, but they're ever so useful. And then that goes in there, right down to the end, you. So you go there, and then we push the tube over the top. Oh, what have I done there? It hasn't gone through the tube. That's it. There we go. And then I can pull the tube out like that. So same in this side, so tube down the end. So I should have made this, the strap a little bit wider. I should have joined two together, I think, but we'll be fine. We can have a skinny strap. So all the way down to the end there. You go inside there like that. Go through the tube, go on, into it, that's it. Excuse me. That's easier than a knitting needle, isn't it? And then out you come. Oh, come on out, there we go. That's that, and then we'll give that a quick press. With my little iron. I need the point of that poking out pin. Because those corners are nice and square inside there, so let's just poke those out. That will do. Square enough. And then we'll give that one a press. I can fold this over as well. Now, on the back here, and this is the same if you were doing a waistband on a skirt or the like, so I'm just going to cut that thread off because that's going to really bug me. Where I've ironed that over, that's going to come across the top and cover over the stitches on this side, so it's nice and neat from both sides. So let's give that a press there. And then you've got choices of either hand sewing this in place, just using a slip stitch on this side, or you can machine sew all the way around. But we've got 6 minutes left, so I shan't be sewing all the way around. That will finish off after I've done this, so you get the idea. We can poke that end out though. So who's only just got out of bed? Carol, morning. Oh, we've got 2 Carols just got up. So, again, personally, I'd hand sew that because I like the look of hand sewing. If you don't want, or the way that you can't see the hand sewing, so I'd slip stitch that. Otherwise, just top stitch all the way around. That was the stitch that held my gathers in place, so that can come out. I don't need that anymore. Do that in a bit. And there is my little apron finished. Made your apron, Rach.
Oh, I didn't know whether to be quiet or not.
Oh, come and be noisy. There you go. I know you can't quite see it, but like it.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
How lovely is that?
Thank you very much.
Oh, brilliant.
So there's lots of different ways that you can use your flower of the month. I wouldn't have thought of that one. That's just one way to do it. There you go. Yeah, I've got 3 more months now before we're back to May again to think of things to make. So if you come up with anything next month, I'll get the thumbs up. She's got thinking ears on, she says.
I have to remember my glasses so I can hear properly.
Now, hundreds of these literally have gone today. That's your January block of the month if you just joined us. Don't have to make an apron. Could be a bag, it could be a cushion. You could be saving up all of them to make a quilt. You've got more than 12 of these right now. I've done a book cover, a wall hanging. Can't remember. I think we've done something pretty much every month, different types of bag, tote bags. Do go for a contrasting fabric as well though, because apart from anything, I did a drawstring bag, didn't I? It really makes your design pop out. And it's only £9.99. £9.99 and £3.49 for a bit of extra fabric. And you don't have to use the same fabric on the back because you're not really going to see that. I do think it makes a difference being lined though. Okay, so that's that. That's flower of the month. Amanda's still in bed. What are you like today? Oh man, she's doing some embroidery in bed. What time is it? It's nearly 11 o'clock. Michaela's in bed, Dawn's still in bed, Wendy's still in bed. At least Dawn's having breakfast in bed. It's lunchtime. Honestly, you lot. Carol says no one in my close family did sewing, but reaching 60 was a milestone, decided to take up a new hobby. So that's a good idea. Still in bed at this time of day. Honestly. Okay then, well, as you've seen, Rachel is back in the studio. My daughter hates it when I do that. So uncool. So we're going to be doing a bit of dressmaking with Jersey in the next hour as well. So if you want any hints and tips, do stay with us. So we'll go for a quick break. I'll finish my coffee, which is still hot, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes. Bye-bye.
New Year's are always about trying new things, so why not try out a new hobby? From the 4th to the 10th of January, Sewing Street will be bringing you a week packed with demonstrations on new techniques, beginners tutorials and brand new projects. With everything from ribbon art, making your own sleepwear, new quilting techniques and beginners homeware makes. We have something for everyone. Sign up to our email newsletter and follow us on social media to find out what's on when. And watch our New Year, New Hobby shows from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 4th to Sunday the 10th of January on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our YouTube channel or Facebook Live.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, my name's Rachel Illsley. Let me show you around my beautiful sewing studio, Magnolia. My sewing studio is in Wootton Bassett, and on a daily basis I alter and dressmake for bridal customers. All my brides are absolutely wonderful. You can see I make waistcoats, bridesmaids' dresses, anything really they ask me for. Now my sewing story started as an adopted child, and my adoptive mother was also a seamstress, so she taught me everything I know. So I feel extremely lucky to be able to now be doing this as a profession. Also very proud am I to be now a part of the Sewing Street family, and I so look forward to being on the shows with all of your support, which I know that I have. My claim to fame, well, I did appear on another sewing channel in last November, on the 7th of November. Some of you may have watched it. And so that was my little claim to fame. So I've just literally risen from a full-time insurance job to sewing as a profession. I look forward to seeing you all. Bye!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello there, welcome back again. Dressmaking in this. We've got quite a varied day for you today, haven't we? So, we're going to be looking at the Work to Weekend wardrobe. This is a fabulous book. If you want to work on a capsule wardrobe, lots of things that mix and match together would be a great idea. And it's quite a thick book as well. You've got lots in here. And you've got full-size patterns. There are 6 of those in the back of the book as well, which are adaptable as well. So let's have a quick look through the contents. As with any book, you should have the key tools that you're going to need, your foundations, the basic tools that you're going to use, the basic stitches that you're going to use. This is a really informative book. We've got hand sewing techniques, different types of machine sewing techniques, finishing off seams, putting in inseam pockets, patch pockets, how to fit zips. So it'd be worth having a good old read through here, particularly if you're a beginner dressmaker, so that you can learn all of these different techniques, which of course you can adapt to different projects as well. Measuring yourself is really, really important. If you're going to get the perfect fit of any kind of garment, because you don't go with your regular dress size, you're going to go with your measurements. So to understand where those measurements are and exactly where you need to measure is really important as well. So there's no point in making your own garments if you don't get a perfect fit, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? Making something that's a bit different in the fabric that you choose to make them out of. And we've got a full bust adjustment as well. One of the most popular asked questions, how do I do a full bust adjustment? So that's all simply explained in here too. But making garments out of fabrics that you choose, not being dictated to by the high street and fashion, and more importantly, making things that are going to fit you. A little bit about pattern drafting as well. And then we're on to the projects. So this is even before you get to the projects. And of course, you've learnt by now how you can adapt all of these different things. Isn't that stylish? That looks like it belongs on a catwalk, doesn't it? So assembling the jacket, or in the tweed and faux leather. Tweed and PU would look lovely, wouldn't it? So lining the jacket as well. We've got the promotion-worthy shirt, a little bit of piping on there too. I like a bit of piping. And we've got the shirt dress, really popular style. So an outfit for every day of the week that again you can adapt as well. So we're going to be looking at Saturday, which is, we've got the funnel neck top. Even though we're being rebellious, we can wear it whatever day we like. You're not going to be walking down the street and somebody says, hang on a minute, you're wearing Saturday's outfit on a Sunday. Outrageous. And we've even got bags to match there as well. That's a little backpack. Lots of instructions and lots of diagrams, which is what I like in a book. And remember, in the back here are all of your patterns. I shan't take it out, but full-size patterns, just like you would buy in a packeted pattern, shall we say, for which you probably pay half of that just for one pattern, you know, let alone the other 5 that you, well, no, 2 of those. The other 4 that you're going to get would be probably free of charge, and then you've got all of these instructions and diagrams in here as well. So £22.99 your price there. We put together some bundles for you. So the fabric that Rachel used to make the top next to me here is this one. So we're all jersey fabrics, and these are 2 meters in length. So that's going to be enough to make the largest size of the top. Not available by the ½ meter. So if you're going to buy it, you need to buy a bundle. If you ordered 2, you'll have 2 pre-cut bundles. This is a nice weight of jersey as well. You know, sometimes with jersey, it can be a little bit thin and see-through. And this is a good indication of quality of print, because even when I stretch that to its maximum, in fact, it's not a print, is it? It's actually woven. That's unusual, but it doesn't kind of stretch out the colourway. It's a really nice quality. Won't need a lining. It's not going to be see-through, and it's a nice weight. It's not heavy, but it's just a nice quality kind of weight, if you get my drift. So that's £22.99. We also have the one that Rachel's going to be working with, which is brand new. It is a knit, so it is a jersey, but it's got a bit of lurex in it, but it's not shiny sparkly. So it's like an everyday little bit of glamour in this one. And on the wrong side, it's fleeced, so that is incredibly soft. And you've got a nice bit of stretch in there as well. So just a little bit of subtle sparkle we have there. So that's £29.99 again for 2 meters there. And then we also have same fabric, but in ochre. So the gold stands out a little bit more in this one, doesn't it? Do you know what I'd be tempted to do is go for one of each, and then have one top in this colour with a neckband in the contrast, and then reverse it, so you've got a top in this colour with that, as a contrast neckband. Just make it a little bit different. So again, £29.99 for 2 metres of that. It's a lot of fabric. And then we have more jerseys. These don't come with the book. You need to buy the book as well. So if you wanted to buy those on their own for another project, then of course you can do. So this one is quite nautical, I'm thinking, with horizontal stripes. Oh, cropped linen white jeans and a nice red bag and red sandals, heading off to the beach. So again, £29.99 for 2 metres here. So woven again, it is. Really lovely quality, that. Nice for baby clothes as well, these ones. You'll be able to make a lot out of 2 metres. I think it's 150 centimetres wide. So there's a lot of fabric there for your £29.99. And then finally, we've got a floral. It's called Budding Tulip, and I don't know why, because these look nothing like tulips. Nice colour combination though, isn't it? And actually, I don't know what project you'd make, but these go together so well. So again, £29.99 for your 2 metres. And that is printed, so let's do the print test. Oh, it doesn't disappear, look. So a lot of the time, when you really stretch the fabric out, it kind of breaks the print. You can see the white through it, but you don't with this one. That's lovely. Stretch fabrics are really popular to sew with at the moment as well. So if you need any help and hints and tips and advice, Rachel is with us. But don't be afraid of using stretch. If anything, as a beginner, you're not going to be using fastenings, you're not going to be using zips. Very rarely do you see darts with stretch fabric, so they're actually very simple to work with. Phyllis is asking if you can use a viscose for this pattern. I'd say no, because viscose is woven generally, and you need to have the stretch to get it over your head. So no, you're going to need a jersey for this one, I'm afraid. Okay, should we do a bit of sewing then, Rachel?
Indeed we will. I love sewing with jersey as well, because it stretches over here and here. But you know, for fuller figured ladies as well, and I'm not ashamed of my figure at all. You know, your figure is what it is, and you just wear what's comfortable. So if you have jersey, it just feels nice as well. You don't really feel as though you can't breathe. So and especially after the last lockdown, and Christmas and New Year and whatever, we might need just that little bit more comfort as well.
And jersey doesn't have to be tight, does it?
No.
I mean, jersey can be a loose-fitting dress with lots and lots of drape, and it's not as difficult to work with if you follow a few rules, shall we say. So the stitch that you use, important. So you'll talk us through that later. Stretch needle or a jersey needle.
And I'll explain why that as well in a minute. But yeah, there's sort of certain little rules, if you like, but it's just guidance really, just so that you get a really nice finished product at the end of it. With this one as well, you've noticed that across the chest and the sleeves, I've matched up the stripes because it just looks nicer, it just looks a bit more professional.
And that's exactly the right place to pattern match, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So don't think I'll match the shoulders, because you don't look at the shoulders, you look here. So that's because it won't match all the way around. That's impossible.
You can't do it that way. But and just to tell you quickly how to do that is when you've actually laid your fabric out on the table, and you've got your front and back piece, which is actually cut out on the fold, and then you've got your sleeve. Measure your sleeve up, so you've got your top, and then put your sleeve, measure where it comes underneath here, and then put it the same place on the fabric, and then you'll find that the stripes will actually all tune up together, which is really nice. Now, rule number one really with stretch fabric, it is stretch. So if you use just a straight stitch, which is fine on cottons, but if you use a straight stitch, when you bend over, that could be quite dangerous.
That's the worst noise you want to hear, isn't it? Stitches cracking.
Yeah, like that, that's it. So you might show your knickers when you don't really want to, especially if you fall over like me. So if you use on most machines, you've got a lightning stitch, which literally looks like a bolt of lightning, which is like a squashed up zigzag. And what that zigzag does is it stretches, so it stretches out the zigzag. So you especially when you get it over your head, round your sleeves and round this area, not so much on the hems, although, you know, if it's a tighter fitted garment, I would just use it all the way round. But with this pattern, you can actually make it into a dress as well. So it's very adaptable, and that's why I like these patterns in here.
Yeah.
So first of all, you would need to change a needle as well in your machine to a stretch needle. It's either called a stretch needle, or sometimes you see it as a ballpoint needle, and it's literally that. So with a normal sharp needle, it will pierce through the knitting, and what knitting normally does, it pulls apart and it makes a bit of a hole in it. With the ballpoint needles, which is shown up on the screen now, right at the end of the needle, you've got it's just rounded off. And so what that is that when you stitch through the fabric, it parts the fabric, it doesn't pierce through it.
Yeah.
So that's a really good tip. And once you've got those two things sorted, your zigzag and your needle, you're really away. Now with the Excellent 720, as we did before, I take the plastic top off and I'll explain why in a minute. We've got the straight stitch plate on.
Yeah.
So if you try and do a zigzag there, you'll break your machine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to take that off. There. And this is the normal plate, and you'll see on the plate there, you've got a little curve, which is like a little smiley face. So that allows the needle to go from side to side. Okay. So we're going to put that in there. I always take my bobbin. Oh, don't normally take that bit out as well, but never mind. If that does
Not
come
had
out,
that
don't.
pop out before.
It does sometimes, but no panic.
I've had a question from a customer in Jersey.
Oh,
Swansea.
oh.
Asking if you can use a twin needle on jersey fabric. Absolutely, do use a twin needle. Remember what Rachel was saying though about using a ballpoint needle? Get a ballpoint twin needle, because when you sew with a twin needle, you automatically get a stretch to your stitch. So you'll thread up the needle just the same as you would do a regular needle, but with two threads. So go through both needles. You won't be able to use your needle threader with a twin needle, and you won't be able to use your automatic thread cutter with a twin needle. But then when you're sewing, from the top it'll look like a straight line, and from the back you'll get a zigzag from the bobbin thread, so that'll give you the stretch. Be aware if you're going to use that for a seam that it may affect your seam allowance, although on stretch fabric I don't think it matters too much because you've got that little bit of give. You're right there.
I am now, yes. Actually, I've just taught myself something there as well with this machine. Do you see that black inside bobbin? So don't panic if that happens. And you'll see two little arrows actually, two little arrows on there.
Yeah.
Inside the machine. So if that does happen to you, don't panic. Just line that black plastic unit up with that red triangle.
We'll come in it, there we are. Lovely, okay.
All right, and then you'll know you've got that in the right place. Okay. So
and that, I mean, you'll take that. That's called the hook. You'll take that out sometimes to clean the machine.
yes,
Don't force it back in. It will drop in, but it'll only drop in one way.
that's right.
So it's quite easy to think, oh, it doesn't fit. I'll just shove it in.
That's right.
So just be gentle and drop it, and it'll go.
So because I've taken that plastic top off, I'm just going to load the bobbin again. And always put your bobbin in so it's got the number 9, if you see what I mean. So you've got the number 9, so the thread can come all the way through that way. So I'm just going to put my foot back on. Brilliant.
Lady K's got a power cut. Oh no.
Oh no. Right, so I'm just going to guide you through this top. So the clever thing about these patterns, they're what we dressmakers almost call sort of like blocks. So you make a very, very plain version of your body really,
Yeah.
and then you can cut out your pattern according to how it fits on this block. It's actually quite clever. So and you can make the clothing your own as well. So I've made half this top just to save a little bit of time. So I'm going to show you how to insert the needles, the sleeves on the top, and also how to draft out the neck, the fold over neckline. Don't be frightened, okay? It's really, really simple. It's simpler than what you think it is, okay? So first of all, what you need to do is you need to join up both shoulder seams. Okay, I've already joined up one there, so I'm just going to join up this one. And it just makes it, oh, I've done that again, haven't I? Put it too far away from me, and then I can't reach the pedal. I'd have to sit on the table to do it. Right, so now all the seam allowance as well on this top is actually 3/8 of an inch, which is slightly different to what you would normally have.
It's normally 5/8, isn't it?
So yeah, it's normally 5/8, but I think the reason for this is because you're dealing with a knitted fabric. So if you're going to use your zigzag stitch, then what I would do as well, just to neaten it up, which I have done on that top, put your overlocker on there, and then you've got a really strong seam. Okay. Also, another little tip with knitted fabrics is that sometimes what you can find is it stretches over your shoulders, so it slips off when it doesn't fit very well. So what you do is open that seam out, and then you can actually get clear elastic, and you lay the clear elastic along the seam line and literally stitch in the ditch with that. And what that does, it just stabilises it over your shoulders.
So that would be like putting an interfacing onto a woven garment, which you don't want to stretch.
Exactly.
But you do want this to stretch because it's a stretched fabric, but it's still going to hold it in place.
Exactly. And the elastic part of it will obviously stretch, but it just keeps it a little bit.
Again.
Yeah. So we've actually got both the shoulders sorted. So now all you do to draft your neck piece is this. It's just measuring. So so you measure right from, because you've got to see a seam allowance as well. So just literally measure from the top of your shoulder all the way round here, like that. And then again from the back, all through the back, and add the two figures together. Mine came to 24. Okay, right. So what you do then is with your fabric, when you're cutting it out, you do 12 inches, which is your 24 inches, okay? And then sew up one side of the seam. Okay. So you've got a join.
So can you make that as deep as you like? Mind you,
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Maybe narrower, not, you wouldn't do it deep,
I mean, for the purpose of that, just so that it sits nicely on the mannequin, I actually stitched in the ditch round the bottom of the neck, which you could do as well.
I have to say I noticed that. Very tidy stitching, Rachel.
Thank you. And but on this one, I'm doing it according to the pattern. So I've made it 9 inches depth. And what that does, if you imagine this as the neck, when you fold it over in half, that will allow you to fold it over again into the boat neck. Makes a really nice, neat finish of it. So before I put it on the garment, I'm just going to sew down the other seam, because these seams will match up with the shoulders, so it looks really nice and neat. It's
a flattering neckline as well, isn't
very,
it?
Very flattering.
Are concerned about the décolleté area.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't like things that are very high up to my neck. I find it irritating.
Oh, nor do I.
So this is kind of, it's wider rather than deeper. So it's not like wearing a polar neck sweater.
No, I wore a polar neck sweater the other day. Oh, it was awful.
I couldn't
horrible. So we're just going to sew down the seam there.
Got any more questions about stretch fabric? Come and ask them. Oh, Linda's got no heating again. Fixed on Thursday and yesterday, and they're coming again tomorrow. Do you know, heating's not been too bad for us this year, Linda. The leaks Honestly, the underfloor heating's packed up completely because it's leaking. We've got wetness all over the floorboards. Side of the loo's leaking. We've got a leaking radiator. We've got a leaking roof as well.
Oh my Lord.
It's wetter inside our house than it is outside.
Yeah.
If you know a plumber in the Lincolnshire area.
Right.
Oh, do you know? That would be nice, just rolled over with a raw edge like that.
Yeah, you could do it like that, or you could have like a polo neck.
Yeah.
Yep, there's several ways, so you don't actually have to. That's the nice thing about these patterns as well. You can adapt it to how you want. And how the pattern is cut, obviously you have a boat neck top like this for this
I like
particular
that neck
model.
without the roller. That's a nice
Yeah,
shape
you
neck,
could
isn't
have
it?
that. And because of this fabric, all you'd need to do is overlock it on the edge and then just turn it in like that.
Or is it one of those jerseys that if you stretch it, it rolls? Because it's not going to fray, is it?
No,
So
because
have to finish.
no, because that's all I did with that. If you turn over the hem on that, Debbie, you can see where I've overlocked it, and all I've done is just turned it over. But the key to it as well is don't sew your hem too near to the edge, because then it will roll.
Yeah.
So just I would sort of say I think I did mine about 3/8 of an inch or something like that, which is deep enough for it to stop it from rolling.
Oh, I suppose if you've got an overlock, you could just do a rolled hem.
Yes, you
and,
could.
And even stretch it and make it fluted.
Yeah, you could.
So I love that. It's
Yeah.
It's nice to have. Oh, nice pattern matching down the sides as well, Rach. So I feel like I'm examining your work. But
We're seeing that I was making it for the
outstanding
show,
work.
and hundreds of people were going to be seeing it. You just want it to be right, don't you? And also with this neckline, there's on the same pattern piece, you can actually cut it into a V.
Oh, okay.
Because in the book, you'll see that there's a V-shaped T-shirt as well, which I quite like. And
Right,
then
so
you
if I
would
can-
make your own facing to that.
So that's that one. That's the turtleneck.
Yeah.
there's
So
the
in order to
V-neck.
put this neck
Oh, there you go. Then.
on, you would turn the garment to the right side, because then you need it right side to right side. So I'm just going to put a quick pin there.
Oh, now what kind of pins are we going to use now?
I'm going to use the flower pin today. Oh, be helpful if I pinned it onto the garment, wouldn't it?
We can make a headband.
See, I am human. Oh, I did actually make a headband actually with the rest of that fabric.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Which is a really nice thing to do. Right. What are you doing, Rach?
Phyllis is asking what stitch length you're using.
For knitted fabric, I would go sort of like 2.5 to 3, dependent on the stretchiness of the fabric.
Right.
Because you don't want it all bunching up either, and your machine may not go through it quite so well.
Best to do a bit of a test, isn't it? Just use
Yeah.
a small piece of fabric.
Yeah.
And you should do that on new projects anyway. Test
Yeah.
the stitches out before you sew.
Got that inside out. Let's put the neck in. It's difficult, you see, talking at the same time as you're trying to sew.
I blame everything on that.
I know, so do I.
I got blamed that people are still in bed this morning, like it's my fault.
I don't know about you, Debbie, but once I'm awake in bed, I can't go back to sleep again.
No, I can't. I'm up.
Yeah, and me. This does work out. Right, so I'm just going to pin
Oh,
that
there
to
you
that.
go. Pam's asked. This is nothing to do with what we're doing. What the little black button on the side of a standard presser foot is for. It actually locks the foot horizontally. So the idea is if you're approaching a thick seam, as in maybe the seam on the side of a pair of jeans, instead of approaching the seam and your foot going up, because it won't go over, you'll get a skip stitch, as you approach it, you press that button in, it'll lock the foot flat, and then it'll go over the thick seam, and as you carry on sewing, the button pops out, and then you can carry on. So it's for, I'm right there, aren't I, Rachel?
Yes, you are,
It's for thicker seams, so that do you mind just pointing at it so everyone can see what we're talking about?
Does she mean this one here? Where
No,
does she
actually
mean?
on the foot.
This one on here?
That one on the foot.
Yeah.
So press that in, locks it flat. So thick seams for that
You see
one.
where it's just flat.
Just
And
on the
once
other
you've
side
let
of that.
go, it goes
It
floppy
goes down
again.
again. Yeah, there you go. Any more questions?
This is great, isn't it? I love people asking questions because it just means that they're really into what they're doing.
And then things like that sometimes aren't explained in manuals and things. I
Yeah.
think you're just supposed to know. So we're not the font of or the fountain of all knowledge.
Of course we're not.
Anything we don't know, we can find out for you.
Yeah,
Between us, we can bumble through, can't we, Rachel?
absolutely. I'm all for a
And
bumble.
if we don't know the answer, we'll just make something up.
I've just realised I've put that on the wrong side. See, we all make mistakes, don't we? It's because I'm trying to talk at the same time as pinning.
Shall I show you the fabrics? Because it's getting quite busy for these while
Yes.
you're pinning. So the fabric that Rachel's using, first of all, is this one. So it's got a little bit of lurex. But what I love about it, they're all even Stevens at the moment as well. They're all popular. I love the wrong side of this because it's just fleecy and soft. Now, nice thing with knitted fabrics like this is that they're not going to. That's what I meant about it rolling over. Look. Oh, a little bit of a tip for you. If you're not sure which way round your fabric is with stretch fabric, so you've got your selvage down the side, but sometimes if you don't have the selvage on your fabric, the way that you can tell is to give it a stretch. And you can see from the top to bottom it's rolling over towards you, so that's the right side. On the sides where the selvage is, it's not doing it on this one, but that's starting to curl away from you. So that's curling towards the wrong side. So you can tell right and wrong on this one, it's obvious, but if you weren't aware, and normally with the stretch fabrics, this is knitted, just like with knitting, so there's only one strand of thread being used for this. It'll have more stretch going from selvage to selvage in general than it will going from cut edge to cut edge. So then you know which way round your fabric's going to go as well, because for most patterns with stretch fabric, the stretch needs to be across from selvage to selvage. So again, if you weren't aware which side the selvage is, then that's a good way of telling the difference. Oh, we're full of it in this hour, aren't we?
I know, it's so
We're
informative.
such know-it-alls today. So that's the one that Rachel used to using. We also have an ochre option, which is this one. Again, I just like the contrast. So I'm kind of thinking if you could see that. It's a nice contrast, isn't it? I like that. I'm ochre, are you ochre?
I do.
So again, £29.99 for 2 metres. You okay there?
Yes, yeah, I thought you were talking to me then. Sorry, viewers. I forgot you were there. No, I didn't.
The top that's been, tulips are we? The tulip one, it's nothing like tulips, but we're calling it tulips. Budding tulips for this one. Cat can see eyes. The dark blue, I can't see eyes at all. These bits, eyelashes. These bits, these bits, these bits. Go on, which direction am I looking at eyes? Down, to the right, stop, up a bit, up a bit. That? Oh, maybe. Yeah, you have to look hard though, don't you? Yeah. Oh, Jenny said it looks like Alice in Wonderland. What are you on this morning? They just look like exotic flowers to me. Anyway, as a boat neck top, that'd make a nice dress as well, actually, wouldn't it? I like that one. I like the colours on that. Then we have the top that Rachel's already made here. Unusual colour, isn't it? It's like a coral colour with navy. Really pretty. And don't worry about wearing horizontal stripes. So that narrow stripes are actually believed to be flattering. So that's that one. Again, you're getting a 2 metre bundle. These aren't available by the half metre, so you do have 2 metres pre-cut. And then finally, you've got your navy and white. I'm going to send your eyes funny. For £29.99. I'm hearing don't. Okay,
Right,
so you pinned.
so I've got it on the right way now. So when you're doing right side to right side, now what you'll see is I've actually pinned this collar on right side to right side.
Okay.
Now because we've got like a big roll, what I would do then is I would go round a second time, roll your fabric over just the once, and then pin it all 3 layers, if that makes sense. So you've got the top outside layer, and then you've got the 2 layers because you folded over the neck. And
So
again, you can overlock it just to make it look neater.
Could you just overlock it and not sew it on the sewing machine?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. I prefer to sort of make a bit of extra strength, but it's up to you really what you do.
Sheena's asked if you use different pins when you're using jersey. I don't, Rach. I don't know about you. I mean, you can buy jersey pins.
I just use the same ones.
But I tend to sew the same ones.
Yeah, I just
because
use
you're
the
a lot
same
more
ones.
gentle when you're pinning by hand than
Yeah.
a sewing machine, which can really.
The only
pierce
thing I would
fabric.
say with that, use sharp pins.
Right.
You know, if you feel, you know, after you've used, it's like with your machine needles, after you've used them for quite a number of times, you do need to replace them.
Yeah.
So that they don't catch. But you'll see there that I've actually just pinned that neck, all of that neck on. And the nice thing about this is you can actually stretch the fabric to fit the neck. So I'm just going to sew round quickly there.
So is the neckband like when you sew a t-shirt or something? What are you doing? You're not falling over again, are you?
Oh, do you know, I've got to tell you this, I went to a wedding, you know, I sell wedding dresses, or I used to. Of course, I used to go to a lot of wedding fairs. And so sometimes used to have a sale rail. And because it's quick sales really, and to make you, to pay you back really for the wedding fair. And anyway, I had this great big box, and I'm not joking, it was probably about as tall as this table. Full of wedding dresses all off my rail that I wanted to sell. And anyway, I was getting the dresses out of the box, and I leaned right over and I fell in. And all you could see was my legs.
But you were Miss Lovely Legs, so that's fine.
I was, yeah, so it didn't really matter. Right, so we're going to sew this on. Always start at the seam as well, because you'll need to go backwards a little bit on the seam.
Oh, Stefania says the fabric design is showing botanical tulips and an old variety of tulips.
Oh.
Well, who knew? I didn't know that. Oh, Jenny says from the scene where she's small and going through the garden. That makes more sense, Jenny, for Alice in Wonderland. Oh, so maybe we are botanically correct there. Who knew? Like you said, always a school day, Rachel.
Exactly. You know, when we were, because I went to school with my brother, because when we were brought up, because I was adopted. Well, my brother John, he wasn't my real brother, but we were both adopted together. So we went to school at the same time because we were only 6 weeks apart. So everybody thought we were twins, even though he was like that and dark-haired, and I was blonder and shorter. And he was a bit naughty at school. He actually shut the English teacher in the cupboard because he didn't like and locked the door. Yeah, he did. He did get into trouble for it.
Got the ruler for that.
Don't do that at home, children. Yeah, he was a bit naughty at school. But I was a good girl.
I was a good girl.
Were you a good girl, Debbie?
Parents were concerned.
Did you go to a mixed school or just
I did.
go?
I went to
Yeah.
Ilkeston Grammar School.
Oh. Of course,
Did
by
you?
the time I was going to go to grammar school, but where we moved, they just brought in all the. Excuse me, just going down to the cellar a minute to get my scissors. They brought in this comprehensive schooling, and it was really weird compared to how I was taught. Because I always went to church schools, and it was very sort of old school, whereas you didn't even have to wear a school uniform, and I thought, ooh. But and I still keep in touch with my old schoolies, if Angie's watching today, and Shannon. We were good girls, weren't we? So there you have it. Oh, I haven't stitched it down on the seam there. I'm just going to do that quickly.
So we had quite a strict uniform.
Yes,
at
we
grammar
did.
School, and I was actually so surprised when my my granddaughter, who's 5, starts school. As soon as they can go back again. 5 years old, has to wear a tie.
Does she, what?
Not a clip-on one, a proper.
Oh no, that's wrong.
What are
I
they
think
for?
that's wrong,
Why-
don't
why-
you?
Because I got quite heated.
Yeah.
So that a uniform is a uniform, whether it's a sweatshirt and trousers or whether it's structured, because it just means that all the kids are dressed the same. That's the most important
I
thing.
was
And
always told that children shouldn't wear proper ties because if they fell over, they can't get
That's
it
a
off.
point. I'm going to write to the school.
Oh, I've started anarchy now.
Don't mess with grandma.
No, that's right. Right, so there we go. We've stitched up that hole. So that's your roll. Oh no, I haven't stitched it round there either.
We used to have Mrs. Beer coming round with a tape measure, and your skirt wasn't allowed to be more than 4 inches above your
Oh
knee.
yeah.
So we just used to pull them down so the waistband's around your hips, so you couldn't get around that one.
We used to have do lots of silly things, didn't we? Really, when we were growing up. It's my sister Jennifer. She went to grammar school, and I can still remember her sitting in the bath to shrink her jeans.
Oh, I used to do that. And sandpaper,
Yes,
fade them.
that's it.
The thing is, I never thought it worked.
I'm just doing this so that at least we're doing it properly. There we go.
Susan, good tip on finding the selvage, but how do you tell the right side of fabrics? It can be very difficult. If you've got the selvage on your fabric still, your selvage is the key. Because even with a woven fabric that's plain on both sides, to make sure that you're getting the same side, when fabric's dyed, it's put onto hooks, and that's stretched out. Those are called tenter hooks, and you'll see down each side of the selvage you've got tiny little holes in your fabric. The hooks go from the back to the front, so as they go through the fabric it pushes the holes out, so you'll feel on the right side of your fabric the holes are rough, and on the wrong side it's smooth. So it's quite easy to tell the right and wrong side as long as you've got the selvages on there. If you don't have the selvages on there, I haven't got a clue. No idea.
So we've stitched our collar on, and so what you can do, like I say, is just to overlock it, just to pretty it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But so you roll that over, and that's your boat neck top. It's your boat neck.
I love that neckline. It's so...
Smart, isn't
It
it?
is really smart, and it
Yeah.
looks really professional as well. I mean, that looks shop bought now, even though it's only got one sleeve in.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's like we said before, wasn't it? If you're going to do a job, you might as well do it well.
And when it's something you're
Finish
wearing...
it off. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with clothes that we make ourselves as well, you're less forgiving on yourself than you would be from a shop.
Most definitely. Most definitely. So I'm going to show you how to inset the sleeve now as well. As you can see, I've already done one, and there's a reason why I've left it open. Okay. So as with all good patterns, you have notches. Okay, so you've got a 2 notch there, and you've got a notch there. So it's right sides to right sides. So you find the middle of your sleeve with that little notch at the top, and that will match up with the shoulder seam. So let's put a pin in there first. And this is what I was telling you about with the sleeve. Now that you'll see the sleeve will curve around, okay? And that's part of the sleeve will also curve round.
So you've got two different shapes basically that you're putting together.
That's right. So you need to put that end on the end of that sleeve. Like that. And do it the other side as well. Just to anchor it on. Like that. And then the nice thing with this is that you just ease it on. Match up your notches. And then with this knitted fabric, you can ease it really well. Whereas if you've got a cotton fabric or a solid fabric, you tend to have to gather it very slightly. So what I do is more or less find about the halfway point, like that, and then stretch it.
So easing, if you weren't aware, is literally making the fabric the same length.
Manipulating it really,
by pulling it, yeah.
Yeah, so you just stretch it like that. And again, that side. So just manipulate it across.
And lots of pins in this one.
And lots of pins, I would say, just to hold it. And especially if you're, if you are learning to sew, it just helps. More pins you put in there, the more confident you'll be with actually sewing it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a needle.
Oh, sorry, that was me.
I thought the flower head had gone. So there we go.
Jenny's asked if there's an option for the top without the roll neck. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
It's all in the book.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing about the book. Although it's got 7 different patterns, you probably end up with about 28 really, because you've got 4 different versions of your own on each pattern. So it's so I'm just going to sew that round now.
And this one, you said you can make into a dress as well?
Yes, you can.
I suppose you could change the length of the sleeves as well.
Yep, you can.
I like a 3/4 length myself.
I like quite full sleeves. Well, I suppose it all depends on the weather, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. Do a lot of dressmaking for yourself these days?
Not really, no. I mean, I've got 2 things cut out at home that I promised myself I was going to do over Christmas, because I had all the time really. With it being a quieter Christmas, but I ended up doing my account books.
Oh,
because I do all of my own, you see. I always have done.
So no sewing over pins?
No sewing over pins. I wouldn't recommend that. And I've made that mistake before. And once you've made that mistake, you don't do it again.
A broken overlocker blade sewn over a pin I didn't know was
You've
there.
broken a needle.
An overlocker blade.
Ooh.
I would have thought it was the pin that would go first, but it wasn't. The blade just split in 2.
Gosh, I thought they were meant to be really strong.
I know, it's a good job it came with a spare.
Yeah.
But I didn't realise the pin was there. That's not something that's recommended, but yeah, serious consequences.
Gosh. That's your sleeve put in. Because normally you'd inset a sleeve, wouldn't you, if it was a cotton dress or something like that?
Yeah.
But that's what makes knitted actually even easier. So if you are starting out making garments, I would say go the knitted way, really, because you've got a lot more ease.
Yeah.
So,
and like I said earlier, with a knitted garment, you're not looking at zips and buttonholes and darts.
No, because it just goes in, doesn't
Yeah.
it? So there we have the top. like that with the sleeves open, and there's a really good reason for that. This is so simple. So put the top out inside out. So then you just join it back up with the sleeves first. So 2 edges together, right sides together. Pin up your seams under your arms. And pin up the edge there. See how simple that is? And that's matched up the notches and everything. So this is the side of your garment. No, it's not. That's your sleeve. That's the side of the garment.
That's the sleeve of the garment. You've put the sides of the...
Oh, have I put the sides together?
Easily done. It's a big
Oh.
cross shape, isn't it?
Right, here we go. Let's
That's
start
it.
again, Rach. Yeah, that's it. So your sleeves go together.
Do you know, I'm loving this fabric as well,
It's lovely.
isn't it? It really suits
And it's
it.
really easy to sew, like I say.
And it's so soft, that fleecy inside, but it's not too heavy. It's like a sweatshirt weight, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah. I'm making some little sweatshirts for my grandsons at the moment,
Are
because
you?
one's into zebras, so I made him a toy zebra for Christmas.
Oh.
Really standy up one. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
lovely. And then so I'm making him a sweatshirt with zebras all over it.
Oh.
And the other one, little Ernie, he's into his elephants, but it's quite difficult to get stretchy elephant fabric, but I managed to get some, even though it was slightly stripy across, but I'm going to make him one with his elephants on.
Oh.
Yeah.
So that's the nice thing about being able to sew.
Yep. Because you could be looking and looking and looking in the shops, you know, for elephant sweatshirts, and you wouldn't find one.
And then they're 14 and they're not interested anymore.
Exactly. I still wear mine with Tinkle the Fairy on. No, I don't. Right, so this one side. Oh, that's happened to me now, Debbie.
Done it again. Oh, I'm going to have words with that machine.
But all you do, it's really simple. If that does happen to you, sometimes it's the vibration of the machine, because this is quite heavy set. So all you do is rethread it, but make sure that the hook, I don't know if you can see that, the hook on top of the machine, the thread can actually come out with all the vibration on it. So just go back in, bring it down. Got a long end there.
See, my mother would have made me wind that back up on the bobbin again. I was saying earlier, I went to study at the London College of Fashion for a very short time. And one of the first things we did with the sewing machine was unravel all of the bobbins from the previous person that used it. And I can remember just thinking, oh, this thread that's just going to go in the bin, what a waste.
Oh, what a waste.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
like being employed to pick up the hair off the floor of the hairdressers, isn't it, when you're an apprentice? Oh, I'd find that too boring. I like making things, don't you? But I was like you, Debbie. As you know, my mum was she was actually a bridal seamstress. Actually, she actually learnt the job in those days in Somerset, where she used to live, or where she was brought up.
Pat's saying, why do you start sewing with the sleeve first? It's such an easier way to sew, Pat. I mean, obviously you follow a
It is.
pattern. But like Rachel was saying earlier, if you're sewing with woven fabric, you've probably got an inset sleeve. So you'll sew the bodice together first.
Yeah.
And then sew the armhole in. And it has to be perfect. And you've probably got to gather an ease around the top. But sewing it this way, to be honest, Rachel, if your stitching isn't absolutely perfect when you sew the arm in, it will be by the time you've sewn the side and down.
It will, yeah.
So you can kind of cheat a little bit there as well.
And then with all that you do with this is say that's your arm like this, you just sew the seam down from there all the way down there and it's job done.
Yeah, it's really easy. So just different ways of doing things, I suppose, isn't it? Jenny's daughter refuses to sew what she makes for her. Don't tell her, Jen.
Oh.
Tell her you bought it from. Oh, where do kids like to shop these
From a
days?
posh shop in London.
Primark?
Yeah, Primark.
Oh, she's only little.
Oh. Tell her that you bought it in the Disney store.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
So I'm just going to sew down the other side. So you see how quickly this top actually comes together as well. So if you did want to go out for an evening or something, you could easily do this.
Yeah.
Start it in the morning, and I reckon you'd probably be finished by lunchtime.
Yeah. The fabric that Rachel's using, by the way, we've got 2 metre bundles for you. We are close to selling out of this
wow,
option.
I'm not
So
surprised.
if you want this one, stop watching for a minute, put it on pause. On pause. And then go and check out your baskets, then you can go back later. Imagine if people could do that. I remember when my mum telling me, because this is obviously before my time, when tellies first came, or first in the homes, my granddad actually thought that when you switched the television off, whoever was broadcasting just went home.
They'd just stop.
Yeah, just stop then. Can you imagine?
They'd stop and go home.
Look at the speed of that machine. Don't you love it?
I think something might have happened, maybe not. Yeah.
You're talking to it.
I am, yes. Oh.
I only talk to my machine to give it gentle words of encouragement, shall we say?
Absolutely. I call mine Gary.
Because it's strong and reliable.
Well, if he thinks I'm being nice to it, he thinks I'm being nice to him at the same time, you see.
We've got the machine coming up in the next hour. So if you've got any questions, if you want anything demonstrating, then come and let me know.
I know quite a few people have bought them anyway, haven't they?
Yeah, it's back in stock again, so I know a lot of people have been waiting for it. So I've got the predecessor to this one. It hasn't got the straight stitch plate and the little thread cutter inside the bobbin case and all that kind of thing. But there's so many stitches on there, I've got nowhere near to using them
No,
all.
I haven't either. You tend to go back to your old stitches, don't you? I suppose you're making certain garments, but there are so many stitches to do on there. So that basically is your top.
Perfect
So
timing.
let's turn, it
Just about
is.
out of time.
Now what I would do is along the hem, as with that one, overlock it along the hem. I mean, strictly speaking, you don't actually have to edge it on a jersey fabric, but I do. Excuse me.
Oh, that's where your twin needle had come in, wouldn't it?
Yes, it
for
would,
the hemming?
most definitely. And the twin needle actually gathers it at the back, doesn't it, as well, doesn't
yes,
it?
Automatically stretches.
So, and obviously along the sleeve edges as well. So just pull it through that way so you can see the finished product.
That is lovely too. It's really classy as well. It's almost got like a 1950s feel
Yeah.
to it.
But with them, in those days, you used to call them slacks, didn't they?
Yes.
Put your slacks on.
Yeah. You just turn around towards you.
Yeah.
Pedal pushers.
Yes, pedal pushers. There you go.
That is gorgeous, and it
Job
does look
done.
like it's come from a fashion store.
Yeah,
It's got a really nice finish.
But half of that is actually because you're dealing with really nice fabrics as well.
Yeah.
You know, if you're dealing with quality fabrics, then you'll get a good result.
Yeah.
I
Do you know
really
when you're
enjoy
back
doing
again?
that.
Sorry?
I don't yet. No, I'm just waiting to hear for a date. So
Right.
I don't think you've got rid of me yet. So
Yeah, we've been trying for ages.
I know.
Well, I hope it's a Sunday.
Yes, and me, yes. I enjoy our Sundays
Yes,
because we
I
have
do.
quite a few comments about people saying, oh, it's the Rachel and Debbie show. So Debbie's in charge, really.
I try.
Yeah.
Not a hope with Rachel.
No.
It's been lovely. I've had a really nice morning.
Thanks,
you.
Debbie.
So we'll see you soon, I hope.
Yes.
Now, coming up in the next hour, remember we've got that 7:20, so if you've got any questions or you want to say anything particular, do let me know. Meanwhile, we have doesn't normally happen till the last hour. The nude has sold out, so that's gone. So if you wanted to go for the ochre option, we do have this for you still. So it's the same fabric, just different colour. All been really popular for these as well. That's $29.99 for 2 metres, and it's really wide as well. It's 150 wide. Then we have botanical tulips, or Alice in Wonderland, or eyes. Again, £29.99 for 2 metres. This is a lighter weight. Oh, very limited stock for this one, but a really decent amount of stretch off this one. And it kind of, it's a fluid jersey. So if you're making something like a kimono jacket, that would be really nice as well. Stretchy fabric doesn't have to be skinny tight. It's just got a lovely drape and it's really easy to sew. Remember, you don't have to hem it if you don't want to. It's just not going to fray. This is the blue stripe. So a really classy stripe with this one. Again, it's got white in it, so it would make a really nice, crisp summer outfit for that one. Again, at $29.99. And then finally is the stripe that Rachel made the top out of is here. So we're calling it black and red. It's actually navy and coral. That's navy blue. And again for £22.99, and the 2 metres is enough to make the largest size of your turtleneck. Rachel was working from the book, which I've hidden under here, which is your work to weekend book. Work to weekend wardrobe. There are 6 full-size patterns in the back of here that can be adapted, and projects for every single day of the week, including a backpack. So that's the turtleneck top that Rachel was making, but yes, you can make it into a V shape instead if you wanted to, or a boat neck, or a crew neck. You can do this in whatever kind of neckband you like, and that can be made into a dress as well. That's the kind of neckline I like, kind of wide. And I like a loose-fitting garment as well myself. Gone are the days of clingy short shorts and crop tops. Mind you, I never was a crop top kind of girl. A little bit of pattern drafting in there as well, which is interesting. Never done that. And the blouse with the piping. So I'm going backwards through this, aren't I? The classic trench coat, you can see, same skirt. So variations on a theme. And then at the front, you've got a whole section of adjusting and altering and bust adjustments and drafting and materials. So it's a good resource kind of book, this one. The mechanics of operations, slash and spread or slash and close. If you're buying a paper pattern, for the most part, there will be some adjustments needed to be made. So it's quite nice to see those in the book as well. Whether you need them or not for the patterns here, those are skills that you can transfer onto other projects that you're making. Measuring is really, really important. So it's important to know where you're going to measure yourself. So that's quite comprehensive, which even shows you how to measure your hands. Not seen that before. But that's really important. You need to know your measurements if you're going to make something to fit, not the dress size that you buy from ready to wear, because you'll find that in the most case they are rather different. So that's your work to weekend wardrobe at £22.99. Right, so in the next hour we have the Elna 720, which is that's the back of it, look. So we'll have a talk through what you get and what comes with it. And again, if you want anything specifically demonstrating, do come and let me know. Tartan Trees, when you were 15, Pat, were you a Bay City Roller fan? Okay, so we've got 3 minutes that you can go and put the kettle on again and come back with a cup of tea or coffee, and then we'll get on with the 720 sewing machine. See you in a bit.
New Years are always about trying new things, so why not try out a new hobby? From the 4th to the 10th of January, Sewing Street will be bringing you a week packed with demonstrations on new techniques, beginners tutorials and brand new projects. With everything from ribbon art, making your own sleepwear, new quilting techniques and beginners homeware makes. We have something for everyone. Sign up to our email newsletter and follow us on social media to find out what's on when. And watch our New Year, New Hobby shows from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 4th to Sunday the 10th of January on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our YouTube channel or Facebook Live.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Right, welcome back again. This hour we are going to be looking at the Elna 720 Pro sewing machine, which is back in stock for you today. So I'll give you a good old talk around. To be honest, an hour isn't enough, but we'll cover the basics for you. Rachel's been using this for 2 hours anyway, so you've been seeing a lot of the stitches already. So this is, I know I've said before, so I'm repeating myself, but I don't care. I have the Janome 6600 at home, Janome Elna, same company, and mine is the predecessor to this machine. So this has got more features than my machine has, but apart from that, it's pretty much the same machine. The reason I bought mine initially, and I did buy it, I'm not sponsored by anybody, I phoned up the dealer that I use, and this is a few years ago now, before Sewing Street and Sewing Quarter, and I said I want a fast machine and I want it to be able to cope with very heavy weights of fabric. And this is the one that the retailer recommended for me, or my version was the one that was recommended for me. So it is an incredibly fast machine. I think it's around about 1,300 stitches a minute. When you consider that overlockers are between 11, 12, 1,300 a minute, that's incredibly fast. Most domestic sewing machines you'll find to be about 650, 750 stitches a minute. So it's twice as fast as a domestic sewing machine, as you'd expect. This is cast. So we've got a plastic fascia. All of this is cast. I don't know what it is, but it's really, really heavy. So it's, to be honest, I'll struggle to lift this. If I have to move my machine around, I tend to slide it on the table. If I have to move it off the table, I have to get somebody else to lift it up for me. It's incredibly heavy, which is brilliant because that gives it the stability. You imagine a lightweight machine travelling at such a speed, it's going to shake around all over the place. Even if this at full speed isn't going to shake the table, it's not going to be noisy, it's incredibly robust and it's incredibly sturdy. As somebody who sews every single day of my life, it's my job. Even on my days off, it's my hobby. So, you know, sewing every single day. I've got a machine that I know I can trust, I can rely on, I can throw any type of fabric at it. If I'm sewing through a faux leather, through thicker fabrics like canvas or twills like denim, I've got no problem with this machine, as in, I'm not sure whether it'll sew or not. Of course it's going to. But on the opposite extreme, it's very gentle on finer fabrics as well. Who was that? Well, why did that spring to mind? Oh, so I'm just thinking, who was the darts player from years ago who kept budgies? That's got nothing to do with Jeff. Oh, what was his name? He was a darts player back in the day, back in the 1970s, and he was a really, really big chap, and he was very, very tall. He actually let me win at darts with him once upon a time. Jeff Capes. Was he darts? Was he bodybuilding? It was darts, wasn't he? Jeff Capes. Really big guy. And he kept budgies. And I thought this incredibly big, strong guy has these little tiny birds perched on his hands, so he's really, really gentle. That's a bit like the sewing shot. That's it, the strong man. That was it, not darts player. I was thinking of somebody else. But that's what the sewing machine reminds me of. It's big and it's incredibly strong, but it's incredibly gentle on fine fabrics as well. So it's if you're watching Jeff, it's the Jeff Capes of the sewing machine world. I don't know who the darts player was I was thinking of. That was a bit random, wasn't it? But yeah, it can be very, very gentle when you need it to. It's an incredibly fast machine, but it can be incredibly slow if you want it to. I can't think of any more features you would want in a sewing machine than you've got right here, seriously. So let me give you a quick talk around before we get demonstrating anything. So we'll start down here because it's a very good place to start. This is where you're going to select your stitches, and your stitches are right in front of you, or at the side of you, or wherever you want them to be. And they're all numbered, so all you're going to do is to press out the number. It's as easy as that. You do have different modes because there are so many stitches on here, you're going to need it. So mode 1 is your utility stitches. Those are the stitches that you're going to use most of all. And then going down to mode 2, you still have utility stitches, but then we move on to overcasting stitches, blind hem stitches, so many different types of buttonhole stitches, sewing a button on, mending stitches, picot edges, blanket stitches, great for a plique. As you come through here, we've got stitches that you can use for smocking. And I like to think that when you look at the stitches that a sewing machine has, it depicts what it's been made to do. So of course you've got a stretch stitch on here, so you've got woven stitches and stretch stitches. We've got stitches that you can use for smocking, so for decorative work. It's like a faux smocking with this one, but you can also use these for cording work as well. As we come through, we've got different needle positions, for these. You can lock the stitches at each end as well automatically. This is all in mode 2. And then as you come down again, we've got stitches for stitching in the ditch, decorative stitches, serpentine stitches. You can do lots of different effects with these. Overcasting stitches. These are satin stitches, so they're nice and for decorative work. Then coming down again to some more of the decorative stitches. These are lovely actually, and some that I hadn't seen before this machine. I don't have some of these on mine, like the scissors and the mannequin. And you can join these together as well. You've got a memory in here as well. You've got 2 straight stitch plates. So these are the stitches that you can use with the regular straight stitch. There are fewer that you can use with the professional grade. Now when you've got your straight stitch plate on here, it'll grey out all of the other stitches. You won't be able to use any of those stitches. So at no time are you at risk of breaking a needle on those. Some of these are greyed out already. Those are the ones that you can mirror image. So you can horizontal mirror image those. So if you're joining them together, you can actually create a different effect by flipping them backwards and forwards. So that's all of those. But then we have the alphabet. Now there is a memory in here. I can't remember exactly how many icons you can put in it, but there is a memory in here. So you can write words in uppercase, in lowercase, and in 2 different fonts as well. And you can join the letters together with some of the decorative items again. The largest size you're going to make with this one is 7mm, so you can't make them any bigger than your 7mm. When you get decorative stitches like this, they are the size that they are. So it's not like an embroidery machine. So just by looking generally at the stitches that you have there, you're looking at woven fabric, stretch fabric, finishing overcasting. So that could be anything from dressmaking to making cushion covers or anything that you're going to sell, bag making maybe. Buttonholes for the dressmaker, but there again you might want a buttonhole on a bag flap or on a cushion cover decoratively. You're looking at mending. You're looking at a plique, so that could be dressmaking, homewares, bag making, craft make, anything that you like. Decorative stitches can be for anything. And then we've got the stitching in the ditch stitches, which look great if you're quilting. Decorative stitches you can use for quilting as well. Different needle positions, so if you're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, you don't have to measure it, you just move the needle over into the right position. And your straight stitching. So straight stitch stitching gives you a better quality of stitch. We touched on this slightly earlier on when Rachel was talking about the straight stitch plate. It only has 1 hole in the middle of it. And that means that on finer fabrics that can disappear into the feed dogs, they don't, there's only 1 hole. And if you start sewing right on the edge of your fabric, maybe you're chain piecing patchwork pieces together, sometimes on a regular foot plate, no matter how good your feed teeth are, the end of the fabric can disappear into the feed dogs as you start to sew. There's little chance of that when you have a straight stitch plate on there. And also when you're sewing at speed, it helps to keep the fabric flat as it goes under the machine. And that's really important for quality of stitches as well. So it's nice to have those on there actually. There's so many of these stitches I haven't even explored yet. Tend to use the same ones over and over. Okay, then another thing that you see the letter E here, that is elongation. So this is the regular satin stitch. You can elongate 5 times, but the machine fills in the gaps. So you're not just stretching that stitch, it's actually making it a completely different stitch and filling it in. So this would make a nice little decorative edge on a napkin or a handkerchief or something, maybe a larger one, if I did it that way, around the hem of a child's dress would look quite pretty, or maybe on collars and cuffs or pockets or flaps of bags and things like that. So you can do this with all of the satin stitches, not just the scallop stitch that you see there. I mentioned earlier on about joining things together and mirror imaging. So I love these stitches. Always an idea before you use any stitch on your machine to sew it out on a scrap piece of fabric first, because I was quite surprised when I saw the mannequin and the little bobbins, how big they are. I thought they'd be tiny and they're actually quite big. So the needle is 1 stitch, the word stitch is 1 stitch, and then you've got the bobbin there, and then of course you can join all of these together, and this is using the mirror image function, so literally flipping it from one side to another, and that was in the using the memory, and you can still elongate that as well. The word sweet is 1 stitch, the word handmade is 1 stitch, so you could sew this out onto lengths of ribbon and sew it into your work, particularly if you're going to sell it or gift it. Have a look at these ones. So not quite all of the stitches, but some of my favourite ones. You can isolate stitches. So you can either stitch those all in a row, or you can have little snowflakes individually. That's a nice one as well. It looks like free motion embroidery. Love the washing line. Look at little trousers in the top, and they've even got pegs on them as well. That is one of my favourite ones. It looks hand-drawn, like a spiral of ribbon. We've got stars, we've got hearts, we've got flowers. There's the mannequin. You can stitch out stitch as long as you like. We've got cats. Love this as well. Again, you can isolate stitches. So if I want to embellish something with 1 pair of scissors, 1 shoe, 1 needle and thread, 1 bobbin, then you can do that as well. And then I was just playing with some of the different designs. We have different lengths of zigzag stitch. Oh, this is twin needle sewing. I've got a few too many D's in my own name there. So sewing with a twin needle we were talking about in the previous hour for use with stretch fabric, but it also makes a nice decorative effect as well when you use two different types of thread. There is an icon on your machine or a button on the machine for twin needle sewing. Do use that because, where was the scallop? That's your regular scallop stitch and that's the width of it. If I were to use a twin needle without pressing the button, that stitch will be too wide for the throat plate and your needle will break. So simply by pressing the twin needle button, it shrinks the scallop to that size. So the machine protects itself. It's not going to allow you to break a needle, so all you need to do is remember to press the right button. But twin needle sewing with a zigzag is really good fun. These are just some of the decorative stitches, and if you're sewing on stretch fabric, that's what it's going to look like from the top, and then you've got the zigzag from the back, which is what allows your fabric to stretch. So what else we got there? Oh, that's just me playing, you don't see that. But we are going to have a play. If you've got the machine already, do come and let me know. Oh, we've had some questions, have we? These on Facebook. Oh, okay. Before 1960, Pat. Oh, you were ahead of your time with the tartan trews, weren't you? So, hi, this is Iona. Oh, hello. Will the 720 go through 2 layers of Bosul and 2 layers of fabric together to make bags? Absolutely no problem whatsoever. I've had problems with... It's gone? I hadn't finished, Kat. Which we'll never know what Iona's problems are. I had problems with my Janome doing this. I'm surprised at that because Bosul's normally really easy to sew through. No problem with this machine whatsoever going through 4 layers of Bosul if you wanted to. It'll cope. It's part of the whole build quality of it. It will punch that needle through thicker fabrics. And yes, for Bosul, no problem whatsoever. Before you go buying a new machine, try walking foot. That may help because Bosul isn't thick, so most machines should sew through it, but try walking foot, that may help. Or a denim needle maybe. Judith, hi Judith, says, does the 720 Pro have a bobbin sensor? No, it doesn't on this one. You've got to keep an eye on it. Any more questions, come and let me know. It's the next one up that has the bobbin, or was it the Juki? Oh, I don't know, we do something with the sensor on it. Diane's messaged in as well. Hi Diane. So excited, kept a New Year's resolution and treated myself. Congratulations. You're going to love it. It's a pleasure to use, honestly. And I can't imagine anybody ever outgrowing it, to be honest. I've had a message from Carol as well, who's bought this machine and she loves it. It goes through anything. Oh, it does. She likes the extra lift as well. You've got an extra high presser foot lift on here too. So thank you for your messages and congratulations to Diane and anybody else who's bought it. Jean says, does it have an extension table? It does have an extension table, doesn't it? It's got a huge one. Just haven't got it. Yes, it has an extension table. What it doesn't have is a free arm. So you don't take an accessory compartment off here because this is so solid. To be honest, I miss it, but I don't miss the free arm that much. You get used to sewing things on the inside rather than threading it over the free arm. But yes, you do get a really big extension table. Okay, we were having a tour, weren't we? So this is choosing stitches. The C is a cancel and the M is the memory, so that's when you're going to put stitches together. That's what those are for. Then as you come around the top here, you can lock the machine by pressing that button. So that is actually very handy, I found. Not because there's little kids around the house or anything, but because of the dog. Because I don't leave the presser foot up. I don't know whether that's a good habit or bad, but I leave the presser foot down all the time. And if she sits on the foot pedal, it's away. And it does sound a bit mysterious when we're in one room and it sounds like somebody's sewing in the other. You can adjust the settings on here as well, not while it's locked. It's got an independent bobbin winder. So you can wind your bobbin at the same time as you're sewing. We can have a look at that if you like. I don't know if you've shown that before. That's the elongation stitch. You can remember some of your files on here as well, if you put these in the memory. That's your mirror image. So some stitches you can mirror image up and down, and some from side to side, and some both. That's that twin needle button. So I'll show you this one actually. So press the twin needle button, and the display should show down here the twin needle icon come up. So now if I want to choose, let's say a buttonhole, which would be mode 2. So it says up here mode 2 and number 023. Not going to let me, because there's no way that you'd want to stitch a buttonhole with a twin needle. So this is what I was saying about the machine protecting itself. If you don't press that button, or you try and do a decorative stitch without pressing the button, your needle will probably break. So that's that one. We'll take that off. And then you've got your mode button there as well. So what have I done with that? There we go. So mode 1, mode 2, and then you've got your alphabet. Where's my alphabet gone? You've got your alphabet on there as well. Mode 3, there you go, there's the alphabet. So as you come up to the top, again, independent bobbin winder, you've also got 2 spools at the back. It's important when you see all of these different areas to thread your thread through that you thread them, because all of these different points will affect the tension of your sewing machine, or the tension of your thread. So do go up periscope with this, do thread your thread through there. You've got 2 spool holders so that you can either do twin needle sewing, or so that you can fill up your bobbin at the same time as you're sewing. Come across the top here, you've got a presser foot pressure dial, and this will increase the amount of squash, if you like, on the presser foot. So if you're sewing very fine fabrics, you may want to increase that, and if you're sewing very lightweight fabrics, you may want to decrease it. So have a play with that. And you've also got a little bar on the front here that will take that up and down, as you can see, so you know exactly how much pressure you have. For the most part, I don't normally use that too much. I'll leave it on about number 1.5, and that seems to be fine with most fabrics. Tension on the front here. I like this as well. This is the kind of, well, this was on the sewing machine that I learned to sew on. I can't even remember what brand it was. That was donkey's years ago. But having the tension right on the front means that, well, it's easy to adjust. You can see the tension discs inside here. It also makes the machine easier to clean. Difficult to clean the tension discs when they're inside the machine, but the tension discs here are on the outside, so you can clean those quite easily. Come on down to, oh, we haven't looked at this bit, have we? So we have a start-stop button. So you don't need to use a foot pedal. So take the foot pedal out. Machine will normally let you know when the foot pedal's out or not, and then you can press start and you're away. We've got a speed control as well. So even with the foot pedal in, you can slow the machine down. So if there's more than one of you using the machine at home, and you're the experienced sewer and you want to sew really, really quickly, but then you've got some 10-year-old that wants to sew really slowly, or a learner, then you can slow this down for use with the foot pedal too. You've got your thread scissors, your snippers here. Needle up, down, so you can choose whether you want the needle to start and stop in the up or down position. This is a lock stitch. Now there's a few benefits of this. If you're using a decorative stitch, then it'll stitch, instead of reversing to secure the stitch, it'll stitch a few stitches on top of itself. So you're not going to spoil the design of the decorative stitch. But if you're stitching out, you know, I was saying about isolating like the shoe or the mannequin or a word, say you're only stitching one, if you press this button before you start sewing a decorative stitch, it'll only stitch out one icon. There's your reverse button. And then as you come down here, there's a needle threader. I'll be honest, need to figure that one out because it's different to mine. And the side here is where you're going to press the button to lift up the plate, which is under here. The needle lifter is at the back, the foot lifter, sorry, and it does have that extra high presser foot lift, and it stays in place as well. I told you an hour wouldn't be long enough for this, didn't I? I haven't even got around to threading it yet. Really quickly then, let me take you through, just so you've got one already, what comes with it. I love a box like this. Right, we have these here extra feet, a free motion embroidery foot. This is also a free motion embroidery foot, but it's an adaptable one. and that will have 3 different feet that come with it, including this one, which is perfect for free motion embroidering on toweling or fabrics with a fleece, and it's got a 1/4 inch mark on there, so you can echo quilt free motion if you prefer. So this is that's the closed toe, that's the open toe, and those just clip on. So 3 feet that come with this one, or you've got the standard one as well. That's a satin stitch foot. A satin stitch foot has little bars on the bottom of it, which raise the foot away from satin stitches, which are very dimensional, so it doesn't squish them, and it's clear so you can see where you're sewing with that one. This one is a rolled hem foot. I might have a play with that, like a rolled hem. And this will give you a hem of about 1 millimetre folded over twice. Impossible to do without the foot. So we'll have a look at that. That's another satin stitch foot, but it's an open toe one. So it's whatever you prefer, really. This is an over edge foot. So the bars that go through the centre here help to keep the edge of your fabric flat as you're sewing. And the little, it looks like a blade, but it's not. That guide there will help to tuck in the fraying edges of woven fabric to make a nice neat finish. And this is one of those feet I was mentioning earlier on that has a guide on it, so if you wanted to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance or your top stitching, then you can use that for a guide. So it's not set in stone that this just has to be used for over edge stitching. We've got a high speed presser foot. So, in fact, when you've got your high speed plate on, it will ask you to put the high speed foot on. It's only got 1 hole, so no decorative stitches for that one, but again, the machine won't let you. This is a button placement foot. So the blue bit is like a silicone, it's grippy, and that will hold a button in place while you sew it on. You do have a buttonhole stitch on here as well. That is your blind hem foot, and again it's got a guide on it too. We haven't finished yet. Look what we got here. So this is a walking foot, and it's built in. So all you can use this for any stitch, decorative or straight stitch. It looks very different to a walking foot that you'd buy separately normally, but this just clips into the back of your foot, and you can see there we've got feed teeth at the top, and that will help to feed the fabric through from the top at the same speed as your fabric at the bottom. That's perfect for quilting. Then we have a buttonhole foot, and this has, oh no, there we go, it's got another plate with it. So if you're sewing through fabric that is very thick, so if you're doing a buttonhole on a coat or a fabric that has a pile on it, you're going to put your fabric in between those 2 pieces, and that's going to help to keep your fabric flat. It's an adjustable one, so you pop the button in the back so you've got the perfect size of buttonhole. And it's got the little spokes on the back here, which means that you can do a corded buttonhole as well. All your instructions are included for these. And what we've got there, that's your 1/4 inch foot, and it's got the guide on the side of it as well, so again that's perfect for quilting. And then just your other bits and bobs that you'd expect. So your spool holders, you've got a seam lifter, you've got your zipper foot on there as well, and you've got your straight stitch plate. There'll actually be 2 plates in the box when you get that home, and you've got a spare set of needles and bobbins and everything that your little heart desires. Right, let's get this thing threaded up. There should be another one of those as well for a straight stitch. So let's pop those back in there. And I'm going to see if we've got spare bobbin. Yep, we've got some spare thread. Spare thread. Oh, I got some down here. Okay, so let's get it threaded up first. Oh, there's that. So I'm going to wind the bobbin up at the same time. So let's thread the top first of all. So I do need to figure out this needle threader. So important to go around all of these little bits and bobs. I would imagine that if you're buying this sewing machine, then you're going to have experience of threading a machine. Just the same with any other regular sewing machine. When you come down to the tension here, you go around the tension discs and then back up again. The take-up lever pops out the top, make sure you get that in place there. And then as you come down, again, all of these little bits that you need to put the thread through are all really important. And then down to the needle threader. So if I just turn that a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. Put the foot down at this point, make sure the tension's engaged by just pulling it, and that should feel tight. And then let's have a look at this one because I've not used this before. So needle thread, aha. So let's go, I think we go across and up, like that, up there, snip off, fingers crossed. No. Still need to have a fiddle up about that. It is in the manual. But of course I haven't read it. So let's just push that in there. Have I got it? In you go. That's it. Needle to the back. So, oh, I could have done pink, couldn't I? Oh, there we go. That drops in, bring it towards you, to one side through the tensions there and snip off the end of your thread. So that's the bottom threaded. And then at the same time as I'm sewing, so just have a little bit of fabric. A little bit of fabric, the whole ½ metre. And then at the same time as I'm going to sew, we'll do a second bobbing winding operation up here. So that goes up there. Around the same bit. This time it looks like a screw on the top. So you'll need to put your thread through there. That's another tension. And then I'm just going to wind this around the bobbin a few times to get it started. Always use the right bobbin for the job. So only Elna or Genome is for these, and we'll flick that over. And then as I'm sewing, let's just do a straight line here. At the same time as I'm doing this, I can wind the bobbin up there. So this bit's taking care of itself. I'm taking care of this. The reason for that, or initially where independent bobbin winders came in to effect, was actually in peacetime, where time is money. So with the machinists in a factory, if they had to stop to wind up a bobbin, they're not sewing. So the idea was that you wind your bobbin up at the same time as you're sewing, and that's going to cut down on time. But it's an independent motor, which I think is quite novel, but it's quite handy as well. So that's what that's for anyway. Right, so can we see my stitches on there? Yes, I think we can. So let's do a little bit of sewing. Again, you've got any questions, come and ask. You've seen a straight stitch. Oh, rolled hem, let's have a go at that. So let's cut this straight line off and we'll play with our feet. So I think choosing stitches and all that kind of stuff, you've probably seen this before. It's got a loose foot there actually. So we'll drop this foot off and we will snap on the rolled hem foot like so, and I'm just using a straight stitch. Have a play with this foot first of all, because there is a knack to getting it going. What I would do personally would be to start this off without the foot. So I would do a few straight stitches, just roll over once by about 1 millimetre or 1/8 of an inch, a couple of millimetres, and fold over again, and just start it with about ½ an inch of sewing. And then when this goes through the foot, you're going to guide the edge of the fabric through the rolled bit on the foot. So start off quite slowly and just give it a gentle tease into the foot. And once it gets going, it's going. I can't think of any other way you could do this. And this is a perfect foot and a perfect hem if you've got very fine fabrics, if you're making lingerie, if you're doing veils, or if you've got chiffon or satin, or very, very fine fabrics where you don't want the hem to interfere or stand out. And I'll show you that close up in a minute because it's quite amazing when you see what it does. Look at that. There is no way that you would be able to make a perfect hem like that, folded over twice, without the use of a rolled hem foot. So again, it's a really, really fine hem. It's so satisfying to do that. But do have a play, do have a test on scrap piece of fabric first of all. But if you've got sheer fabric and you don't want to see the hem and you don't want it to be weighty, then that's such a good idea. I think Rachel making wedding dresses will be using a rolled hem foot a lot. And you know, I know you can do rolled hems on overlockers, but you'll have a line of stitching. That's a really, really clean, really smooth edge that you get on there. I do love a rolled hem foot. What else should we play with? Should we do a buttonhole? So again, we've got lots of different buttonholes. If you had a question, is that on Facebook or... Oh, Norma. Hi, Norma. Coming up down here. There we go. Debbie, can you make a large buttonhole where the button is too big to fit into the slot on the buttonhole? You can, but not using the buttonhole foot. So I'd use maybe a satin stitch foot so we can see what we're doing. So what you need to measure out exactly how big you want your buttonhole to be. So we'll have a couple of pieces of fabric for that one because very rarely would you sew through one layer. So just looking for a marking tool of some sort. I'll use a biro, that's fine. So mark out the size of the buttonhole that you want. Normally with your erasable pen, not with a biro. But say that's the kind of size that you want. So that's going to be bigger than your buttonhole foot. Now remember how to do this, don't want to get this wrong. So we're going to need a bar tack first of all. So I'm going to actually use, what have we got? We've got the stitch that sews buttons on. So we'll go into mode 2 and go 032. Oh no, that's not mode 2, sorry. Am I in mode 2? Mode 1, mode 2, sew a button on, 032. That's the one. Now it's asking me to drop the feed dogs because with the bar tack, it's actually the stitch to sew a button on, which means that the stitch is going to go into one hole. We haven't got a button. The needle will go from one hole to another, so you don't want the feed dogs to move the fabric forward because the needle will hit your button and break. So we're going to drop the feed dogs, which is simply a lever at the side. So then I'm going to put that right in the middle. The satin stitch foot's ideal for this because it's got a little arrow where the centre is. I'm going to make that a little bit wider. So have a play with this first of all. I'm on 3.5. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where's my stitch width? Maybe I can't on this one. I should be able to. Yeah. Let's see what, oh no, it's taken me up and down. I'm sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button. 032. It's this one, isn't it? That's better. So I'm on 6.5 now. Because it's a button sewing on, that machine stopped all by itself. I haven't done anything. And then I'm going to switch to a zigzag stitch or a satin stitch. So again, you need to play with these stitches to get your stitch width right. So I need to go back into mode 1, I think, for a zigzag. And we'll go for stitch number 5. And I'm going to reduce the width. 5, zigzag, reduce width. So let's have a look at 2 and see what that does. Oh, feed dogs up, it's telling me. And then I'm going to zigzag down one side. That could be a little bit closer together. It should be closer together. Then I'm going to go back to mode 2 and into the bar tack, drop feed dogs. And then I'm going to cut that off. And then go back and line this up at the other side of my marking. Go back to mode 1, stitch number 5. Reduce the stitch length again. Let's go right down to 0.5. Feed dogs up. And then sew down the second side. Oh, no, we need to do that one. And that one. That's better. I haven't done that for a while. So again, you'll have to gauge, oh, you'll get the idea there, look. You'll have to gauge the length of this, so it's important to mark your fabric first of all. and that stitch was too wide, but zigzag down one side, bar tack, and then zigzag down the second side. So there isn't a buttonhole foot to accommodate a massive buttonhole. And again, you have a play around with your stitch widths and everything, have a practice first of all, but that's basically how you're going to do that. Lots to play with on this machine. Should we do a regular buttonhole? Right, I don't have a button to go in the back of this one, but I've got a little spool holder. So your button will sit in the back of the foot. So that's going to drop in there like that. And then you squish that so that the button's trapped in there. Now the size of the distance between these 2 points is the size of your buttonhole. That'll be about 1/8 of an inch bigger than your button, so it's going to fit nice and snugly. But it also means that every single buttonhole that you're going to create is going to be exactly the same size without having to measure like with a 4-step buttonhole stitch. So let's pop this into the machine. So again, this is a snap-on. Just need there is a screwdriver with the machine which I'm missing, so that keeps working its way loose. It's just the foot holder there. So let's drop this on like so. Take it up again, and then I'm going to take. Oh, thank you. Oh, love it here. Let's just wind that up. That's better. I'm going to take the needle up and down, and that, if I just pull that thread through, we'll take the thread from the top of the foot down to the bottom of the foot. So then let's have a look at buttonholes. Now we've got different buttonholes. We got different buttonholes on here, missus. Get your buttonholes here. And these are they. So for the most part, it's whatever you prefer. So the most popular one is going to be the standard regular one here. We've got different widths of stitches. You can adjust those yourself as well. If you're sewing shirts and blouses, then you're going to use the rectangular one. This one is normally used on finer fabrics, no particular reason, it just looks pretty. And then you've got the keyhole buttons, which will accommodate the shank of a button. So if you're sewing buttons onto a jacket, or buttons that have a shank, which is the post that sticks out the bottom of the button, then the shank will sit in the keyhole shape here. But for the most part, you're going to be using this one. And this one, just personal preference, no particular reason for different shapes of buttonholes, whatever you prefer. But if you're sewing buttonholes onto a shirt or a blouse, it's probably going to be that one. So we'll use that one. So we're in mode 2 again. Mode 2, and your stitch is 023. Norma says she understands the bar tack now. Thank you. I like to be helpful. Now the other thing to remember is that, you know I said about the gap here being the size of the buttonhole, there'll be a lever to pull down at the side here, which has actually got a picture of a buttonhole on it. And as you start to sew, that's a sensor. So make sure it's behind the first kind of post here. And as you're starting to sew, the foot will move forward like this. And when the sensor reaches the back one, it'll stop and it'll turn round and it'll come back in the opposite direction. So let's get going with it. So all I need to do, and I'm going to take the foot pedal out now, is press start. So you need your stitch will be a straight stitch going backwards, and then a zigzag stitch coming forwards. When it comes down to the bottom, and I'm not touching anything here, I don't have my foot on the foot pedal, you'll have a straight stitch going backwards and it'll zigzag forwards. The reason for that is that the straight stitch strengthens the buttonhole, and the zigzags are both facing in the same direction. So if you have a fabric that has a pile on it, the pile is going to be flattened in the same direction. And when it comes to the end, that will automatically finish sewing. I haven't done a thing. So let's just snip off the thread and take a look at the buttonhole. And you've got a perfect size of buttonhole for the button that you're sewing on. So you just need to snip that off. So either a seam ripper or a very sharp small pair of scissors, like the ones we had in the show this morning, would be perfect. And if you're a little bit worried about cutting through the ends, then all you're going to do is to pop a pin straight across the end of the buttonhole. And then as you're snipping up to it, you know you're not going to cut any further than the pin, so do that either end. And then you've got, again, that perfect size of buttonhole. Oh, what else should we have a play with while we're here? So that can go back in there. Should we do an over edge? Because that's something that you're going to use quite a lot as well. And you've got your over edge stitches on here too. Do you know, this hour was going so quickly, we could do the day. A tip that I discovered for myself is those of us that haven't got a needle thread or a good eyesight is to hold a small corner of newspaper behind the needle. That's a good idea. So it's white behind there, as you can see where you're going. That's Barbara, thank you. Right, buttonhole thing goes back up again. Over edge foot snaps on. You've got your instructions with this, remember. You've got a rather comprehensive manual that comes with it. And you've got a 2-year warranty from Elna as well, with a UK-based call centre. They're very nice people at Elna. They're based in Stockport in Cheshire. And they're very helpful. Right, so stitch-wise, we're going to be looking at over-edge stitches or over-casting stitches, which are these. So you've got different looks. The choice is yours. So we can use number 17, we could use number 16. What else could we use? What else? I'm sure there's another over edge. You can use a zigzag to over edge if you wanted to. We'll go for number 17 because that one looks the most like an overlocker, isn't it? This isn't an overlocking stitch, although it does wrap the stitch around the edge of the fabric, but an overlocker will trim your fabric at the same time, and this won't do that. Okay, so foot's on. So we'll need a, oh, what was it again? Number 17, 017. Make sure you put the O in when you're choosing the stitches. And on the front of the machine there, sorry, you can see the icon come up, and it also depicts or lets you know which foot is recommended to be used as well, and then the stitch length, stitch width, and I need the feed dogs up as well. You can adjust the length and the width. Let's have a look if we can do that with the buttons at the side. So I can make that narrower. Oh, it goes up to 9mm. I thought it was 7, do apologise. And you can adjust the length of the stitch as well. So let's go back to, what was the default on this one? Can't remember. There you go, it's got a box around it. So 9 and 2.5. So when you put the fabric under the foot, again, it's got a guide on it. So if I've got some loose fraying edges, look like that. I'm going to put the guide right up against the edge, and then very much like with the rolled hem foot, I'm not going to roll this, I'm going to turn it over a little bit as I'm sewing, and that's going to tuck in the edge. Oh, I'm pressing the foot pedal, but I unplugged it, didn't I? That's why it wasn't working. Right, there we go. So let's, oops, migrating. So again, I'm teasing the frayed edge of the fabric over. That's getting a little bit tight, that's it. And the stitch is actually wrapping around the edge of the fabric. I'm going to make the stitch a little bit narrow. It's bunching up again. To see what happens. Oh, that's too tight. Let's go wider again. So it's almost, oh, that's a bit tatty. Oh no, that's not good enough. I'm going to play with the tension. I'm going to increase the tension a little bit, and I'm going to increase the pressure of the foot and see if that makes a difference. That looks better. And again, I've got quite a wide stitch on. That's better. Quite a wide stitch on this one. I think I'd normally go a little bit narrower, but as you can see, the fabric just coming out there. I've actually wrapped over the fraying edge of the fabric. So if you don't have an overlocker and you don't wish to buy an overlocker, this is a good way of finishing off your seams and giving you a professional finish to your work. Better, isn't it? And then again, snip with your threader. That's a really nice, neat finish. It looks like a blanket stitch almost. Oops, where have you gone? There you go. Can't find you anywhere. There you go. But what a nice neat finish. And again, all frayed edges tucked in. This is why it's worth practicing first of all. That was the not enough pressure. I've only got one layer of fabric there, so I need a little bit more pressure. And I did increase the tension only very slightly. So I was still within the factory set 3 to 5 on this one. So don't go mad when you're when you're adjusting tension, just a very small amount of adjustment will tend to do the trick for you. So, oh, this hour's going really quickly, isn't it? Now, when you order, I'm saying when, not if, it will come to you directly from Elna. So if you've ordered anything else at the same time, you'll have different packages arriving because Elna will supply this and we'll send everything else out. Oh, you do have an option on the website for premium delivery as well, but it doesn't work on the machine because we don't send it out. So again, directly from Elna. What else can I show you foot-wise on this before we go? Got your 1/4 inch. We've got this. Should we do let's do the plate. Oh, it's got a knee lifter as well, hasn't it? Oh, I didn't even tell you that. There you go. So a knee lifter, if you weren't aware. Let me see how far. Can I get that in? That goes in here. I need to come off the edge a little bit for that to work. Right, can you see that there? You're not going to be having your machine on the edge of the table like this at home, promise me. If this drops on the floor, there will be tears. So let's pop that down. So your knee lifter here lifts up your presser foot. So if you're free motion embroidering, you don't want to take your hands off your work. The idea is that as you're sitting, you're going to use your knee and just move that over like so. So you've still got both hands on your work here as you're sewing. If you're chain piecing, if you're doing a lot of quilting, then that's going to be really useful for you as well. So I don't use mine very often, to be honest. Free motion embroidery I like to because I like to keep my hands on my work. But that's included. You've got a nice fat foot pedal as well with this one. Now when you get it home, you're going to think, they forgot to put the lead for the foot pedal in there. It's in here. So open that up. And your lead's all nicely wrapped up, nice and neat and tidy inside there. And just take it out a sec. Let me just pull it out so I can show you. I've got to put it all back now, haven't I? So again, that comes out. It's actually got a channel for it to run through. So it keeps the foot pedal nice and flat on the floor while you're using it too. And then you can put it all away again. Do you know, it's so nice to have this sewing machine back in stock for you. There has been such a shortage, a global shortage actually, of sewing machines. We didn't know if we'd be able to get this back at all for a while, but we've got them back again while we have the stock. You have got, again, comprehensive instructions for this, and it's got some hints and tips in there as well. So I'll just show you really quickly because we don't want to go through all this, but it is comprehensive and there's lots of diagrams which I like as well. So of course how to use the machine, what all of the bits and bobs are for, the different feet are for, how to work your tensions on there. But then as you come through, there's some nice hints and tips on over-edge stitching, on inserting zips, on putting, sewing a blind hem. We could do that, couldn't we? Should we do a blind hem? Have I got the blind hem foot? That's the thing. Oh, bear with me while I'm rummaging around in my box of chocks. Oh, I haven't got a blind hem foot in mine. Oh, sorry about that. We could have done that. I can explain if you'd like to know. This is nice as well, like a bridge stitch. So if you've got 2 layers of fabric with a contrast behind, you can do a decorative stitch that kind of spans the 2 pieces. That's a nice little trick as well. How to use a dual feed foot, how to do a little bit of gathering and faux smocking, using the different free motion feet. That's your extending stitch. And then, of course, you've got, the memory. Oh, I haven't got time to show you that, have I? But you can put different letters and different icons together as well and store them in a memory. So that's all in there. That's how I did that Debbie Loves, where is it? The Debbie, can't say my own name now. The Debbie Loves Sewing Nonsense and putting all of these stitches together and everything like that. Blind hem stitch, just really quickly, because I haven't got the foot. So if that were your trouser leg, and that's the length of the hem that I want it to be. So you press that. So this could be garments, it could be curtains. I'm going to press over the raw edge like so. So that's how I want my hem to look. But I want to sew inside here. So you'll need to flip that backwards. The raw edge is all kind of hidden. And then you sew with the blind hem foot on this bit here. Your blind hem stitch are these. If you see one with zigzags on like that, that's for stretch fabric. So we've got them in two different directions. So I would use stitch number 18, and your stitch will go straight stitch around this bit, and then every so often do a zigzag so it catches the fold of the fabric. And the guide on your blind hem foot, which you can't find, will help to guide that fold of the fabric underneath the needle. And when you see the stitch from the right side, you just get a little dot of stitches. So that's how you do that. We've got any more questions really quickly because we're going in a minute, aren't we? Carol loves the knee lift on my machines, worked in the clothing factories for many years, and it's one of the things I missed. Deb says the little black button on foot A. Oh, we covered that earlier on, but I'll do it again if you like. I'll do that really quickly because we're running out of time. There is a little black button just on the side of the foot here. Well, let me see if we can do that. I'm going to unplug it because we'll be done with the demo, won't we? If we do it from the back, you can see the button here and it's got a spring on it. So that I feel like I'm playing peekaboo. When you're sewing, the foot pivots on the ankle, which is that little bit there. So as you're going up and down, the foot will pivot up and down. As you're coming up to a thick seam, if you press this button in, it's locked it. The foot's not going to move anywhere. So as you approach a thick seam, press the button, lock the foot, and then start to sew over that thick seam. If you come running up to a thick seam, like the seam in a pair of jeans, and your foot's wobbly, it'll be flipped up when you get to the seam, and it'll jump over the thickness. So you have a long stitch. It'll skip a stitch as it's doing that. So approach the seam slowly, press that in, and that'll lock it in place while you go over the thick seam. And when you let it go, when you come on the other side of the thick seam, it'll be articulate again. So I hope that explains that one. Okay, we are just about out of time, but I've got time to show you just some of the extra bits and bobs that you may want to pop on your order. Lots of you ordered this today. You're going to love it. I do. I think it's a fabulous machine. Didn't even mention the price, have I? We've got split payments for you, so you can split the cost into 5 equal payments. The first one comes off your credit or debit card now as you place your order. No interest paid for those. And then your second, third and fourth and fifth payments will be in monthly increments. So this day, next month, month after, so on and so forth until it's paid for. So all you need to pay today is £339.50. You've got a peace of mind, remember, from Elna, your 2-year warranty. You've got a helpline there as well. They're very nice people. You're not on your own once you bought the machine. There is support. I think you're spending a lot of money. It's nice to have that backup, isn't it, of knowing that there's always somebody there if you need them. You may need extra needles. You will need extra needles. All right, now have a look on the website for all of these because we've got loads to show you. Really quickly, if you have, I use sharps a lot. I will use my universals, but I do like a sharp. They're literally what they say, they're sharp needles. Stretch. Stretch fabric is for fabrics with elastane or lycra or that kind of stretch. I wouldn't use these on jersey. I'd just use them on any kind of fabric that has some kind of elastane in it. Top stitch needles have a large eye because top stitch thread is normally thicker, and it's important to have the right size of eye of the needle for thick thread, because if you try and put a thick thread through a universal needle, it'll pull, it'll affect the tension, and it'll make your stitches look small. Well, you blame the tension, it's not tension's fault. You've got leather. Leather needles have an angled point to them, so they make a slit in leather, and that enables the thread to go through the leather without causing any friction, and the slit will heel over. These are just for leather. If you're using faux leather or laminated fabric, you don't need a leather needle. That's just for skin. Here we have quilting needles. They tend to have a very fine point to them. And there are different sizes within these as well. And then you've got jeans, which are a strong needle, not necessarily just for denim, but if you're sewing through lots of layers of fabric, or if you're sewing through heavy weights of fabric like canvas, then that's a good one to go for as well. So anything else your little heart desires, have a look on sewingstreet.com. So have a look what's coming up tomorrow. At 8 o'clock in the morning, we have the right tools for the job. Oh, Alison Marion's crossback apron with Rebecca Harrison is at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we have quilt backing and binding. A bolster cushion with Rebecca Harrison at 11 o'clock. And at 12 o'clock, we nip over to Yarn Lane and we're crocheting animals. So that's 12 o'clock tomorrow. So thank you for all of your comments. Thank you, Caroline, for your comment as well. Lovely to have your company this morning. I'm going to be back again bright and early next Sunday morning. Oh, we've got Delphine next week, fabulous. And we have the overlocking machines, and we've got the embellisher, and we've got some bag making as well, and some brand new fabrics coming up next week as well. So do join me if you can, bright and early next Sunday morning. Have a look at the details for the machine on the website if you haven't seen already, because of course you can carry on ordering after the end of the show for as long as you like to. So if you just joined us now, then have a look on sewingstreet.com. And remember, if you have ordered anything already today, then you don't pay any postage all the way through until midnight tonight. So enjoy the rest of your Sunday, enjoy the rest of your week. You stay safe, take care, and I'll see you again on Sunday. Bye-bye.